stand up, otherwise no one's gonna hear me. That wouldn't be very good, would it? Hello, friends. Welcome to the Saturday stream with me, Street Urchin, the guy with the hair. Need to pull up one of the chat boxes here. Let's see. I'm expecting Pen Cap to be the first one to say hi. Anyways, today I figured we would go take a small look at the MBTI website. Hello, NV. Nice to have you here. And we're gonna see if we can learn some fun information from the website. Let's see here. Dun, dun, dun. View all. Why learn types? We know why we want to use MBTI. Let's see. Unique Myers-Briggs features. Ethical use. I'm a little curious on ethical use. Foundation is committed to the adherence of ethical standards that protect and preserve client rights, uphold the integrity of the instrument, and promote professionalism in the administration of the Myers-Briggs type indicator. Oh, goodness. Inscription, results are confidential, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so this is just their personal code of ethics when using it. No one cares. Let's see what else we got here. Type dynamics overview. Personality type is more complex and far richer than most people know. Hello, Red Zero. Let's see. A shorthand way of telling you about the interaction of your four preferences. Blah, 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 blah. What are type dynamics? What are type dynamics? Oh, so today we're going to talk about maybe some misconceptions as well in understanding MBTI. Starting 10 years ago, when I first learned about MBTI, I had discovered that most people would talk about the cognitive functions, or they would talk about personality types in this more generalized, very colloquial understanding of certain words. So, for example, when it came to intuition, people believed that having a preference for intuition, or of course the four-letter acronym, they believed that intuition was about having these extrasensory perceptions, which of course is what we understand it to be in terms of more of a societal understanding of the definition for intuition. It's going with a gut instinct, a feeling, and it turns out that's not what it is for MBTI. Hi, Cookie Dough.
Hey.
We also have Cookie Dough here with us today. She decided to be a part of the stream. Say hi, Cookie Dough.
Hi.
Nice to have you here. Lady V is also here, but once again, she can't talk. So she is here with us in spirit. Maybe she'll type something out in the chat.
Oh, you're streaming.
Yes, we are streaming. Welcome to the stream. And there's destabilized orbit. Hello. Remember that there's a little bit of a lag time between what I see, in the chat section and when I'm able to respond to it. So so if you said hello like 60 seconds ago, it's because it took that long for me to see it. So don't be too worried if I don't immediately get to your question, or don't react to your hellos immediately. It's because it does take a long time for me to see it, apparently. So anyways, when it comes to the colloquial definitions versus the definitions used by MBTI, they're of course a little bit different. When we're discussing extroverted or introverted in a personality type, what we're discussing is the preferences that they would rather use when someone would rather use them. So just because someone has an E at the front of their name doesn't mean they're doesn't you can't automatically assume that there's some super hyper extroverted person. That's not how MBTI works. Just the same with introverted. It doesn't mean that there's some kind of super introvert that doesn't go outside. That's not what that means. It's just describing which functions you preference. That's that's it. Some people have some difficulty grasping that, but in the so what I'm getting at is that the definitions on the website are a lot different from our colloquial understanding of the same words. All right, back to type dynamics here. Greater comprehension, blah, 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 blah. Terminology and typology can be confusing at first because different terms have been used over the years for the same things and are often used interchangeably. Here is a guide for the different terms you will see here and in other publications on type. Orientation or attitude, process, function, dominant process, first process, favorite process, dominant function, auxiliary. We've seen all this before. Let's see. Oh, and feel free to ask questions during the stream while we're reading this stuff. First and last letters in your type are called orientations because they have to do with how you interact with the world. In type language, orientations reflect the ways in which you are psychologically energized or where you prefer to focus or orient your attention, extroversion or introversion, and how you structure or live your life, judging or perceiving. Extroversion and introversion are complementary orientations of energy. Those who prefer extroversion direct energy outwardly and are energized by the outside world. Those who prefer introversion direct energy inwardly and are energized by reflecting on their inner world. Now, when it comes to the whole energy thing and introverted and extroversion, it's my belief, due to my experience with human beings, that we tend to get energized by doing things we enjoy. So, for example, oh, there's that's cookie dough. There we go. So, for example, I do enjoy talking to people. I love having conversations, the back and forth, having a good time, seeing people perceive me to be pleasant conversation. That's of course, it's something that I enjoy. And yeah, I can get caught staying up for way too many hours, maybe don't go to sleep till 2, 3, 4 in the morning because I'm talking to someone. So that absolutely happens. On the other hand, if you give me a AAA title video game that I really enjoy playing, well, I'll be up for, the next 18 hours playing it because I'm so engrossed in the game. And so once again, one being a more extroverted activity, which would be like talking to people, and then something more introverted, which is not talking to people and playing a game instead. So you can get energized doing something that you enjoy. You could make an argument that maybe some certain types get more energy, or not more energy, but are more likely to be energized by extroverted activities, and some are more energized by introverted activities. You could make that argument. For example, though, when I do love talking to people, but if I'm talking to someone that I find uninteresting or they're talking about very boring things, I start to get a little bit sleepy, a little bit tired, and then I stop wanting to talk to them. So once again, if you enjoy doing something, then you're going to get energized by it. If you don't enjoy doing something, then it tends to tire you out. So there is that. The other two orientations, judging and perceiving, while implied in Jung's work, were a novel contribution by Myers to further refine the applications of psychological type. People who prefer judging are likely to come to conclusions quickly and enjoy structure, schedules, and making plans. Obviously, so that's your, ESFJs, ENTJs, ISTJ, whatever. Those normal J types that we're all more familiar with, I suppose, except ENTJ, of course. People who prefer perceiving are likely to take more time to gather information, become more, sorry, let me reread that. People who prefer perceiving are likely to take more time to gather information before comfortably coming to closure and enjoy being flexible and open-minded. Now, you'll notice that they say that that's in quote P types in general. So that's all 8 P types. Enjoy being flexible and open-minded. And then, of course, same goes with the judging. That is one thing that I noticed with people that I would type with a J, is that they already have an answer to whatever the problem is, whether they're going to apply extroverted thinking, they're going to apply extroverted feeling. They have an answer to whatever the situation is. Whereas, the P types are, of course, more chill. They're laid back. They don't really put a great deal of effort into coming up with conclusions quickly. Sometimes they'll look for perspectives of other people. Sometimes they'll just have a wait and see attitude, see how things play out. And we lost Cookie Dough. Anyway, mental processes. The 2 middle letters in your type are called your mental processes because they form the basis of how your mind works, how you take in information, and how you make decisions. Cool. There are 4 mental processes. Yes, we know: sensing, intuition, thinking, feeling. Yes. 2 of the mental processes are for gathering information. That is, they are used for perception and are therefore more accurately called perceiving mental processes. See, those darn perceiving functions. 2 of the mental processes, thinking and feeling, are for organizing information and for making decisions. That is, they are used for judgment and are therefore more accurately called judging mental functions or processes. My bad. Let's see, people who prefer thinking. So that's saying whether it's introverted or extroverted thinking. People who prefer thinking make decisions based on principles and logical consequences. People who prefer feeling make decisions based on values and consequences for people. Hello, PenCap. I figured you weren't the first person to say hello. It's going to throw the whole stream off. Although everyone has access to and uses all 4 mental processes, obviously, each type tends to use them in a specific order. With type awareness, however, we can change this order if a situation or circumstances calls for it. Yes, this is the whole reality portion of it. I have known some people who believe that unless you have extroverted sensing in the, some kind of a preference position, I assume that, first, second, third position, that you just can't be physical. You can't interact with the physical world unless you've got that preference in the first, second, third position. I have met some people that have that strange belief, but in reality, that's not how humans work. We use whatever functions we have to, given the situation, or whatever we think is best, whatever our brain believes is the best way to handle the situation. So we'll use those functions. And of course, understandably, some people are better at certain situations than others. That's all right, PenCap. So let's say you are an INFP. So typically, just going about your own business, doing the things that you want to do, you would prefer to talk with people and get their perspectives on things. Learn how they feel about stuff. That's mostly what you're going to be interested in. You'll be practicing your use of empathy on people because that's what you're interested in. But then we tell you to solve a math equation. Okay, well, are you going to, now realistically, are you going to be trying to use introverted feeling to try and solve a math equation? I don't think that's how your brain's going to work. I think you're going to attempt to use a thinking function to solve it. And of course, depending on how practiced you are at, let's say, solving math problems, the problem may be, the answer may be correct or incorrect, the answer that you give. Thankful for making what? Well, thank you, Poison Ivy Tree. Let's see. Hello, MS. We can use our preferred process, feels most natural and comfortable, represented by the letters in our type code, or we can choose to use non-preference processes, may feel unnatural and uncomfortable, not represented in our type code. The first is considered a personality strength, whereas the latter may be personality stretch and may take more focus and effort to use, understandably. If you have a preference for using, let's say, the first two functions, which you should, then to use some of the other ones may take some more effort, more practice. Preferences do not act independently of one another. There are powerful combinations found within each personality type that provide a deeper, richer understanding of type. The combination of two preferences gives a two-dimensional view of type and another lens in which to know ourselves and others better. That's good news, right? That's what we want to use MBTI for, right? It's to get to know other people. At least, that would be the general idea. Although, I mean, in World War II, it wasn't really used to get to know people. It was used to assign people to certain jobs. So it obviously has a practical use. One such pairing comes from the combination of our perceiving mental function, sensing or intuition, with our judging mental process, thinking or feeling, the two middle letters of our type code. Together, they are called a process pair. There are 4 process pairs: sensing and thinking, sensing and feeling, intuition and feeling, and intuition and thinking. The process pairs, how we take in information and how we make decisions, gives us insight into communication styles, career interests, learning approach, decision making, and our motivations. Which, out of all of those, I'm more interested in the motivations of people rather than what they end up doing. Now that you have a good grasp on terminology and foundational type concepts, the following section on type dynamics should be easier to understand. Great, everyone's on board here so far. Let's see, dominant first process, and whether it is extroverted or introverted, direction of energy, the one that brings balance between perception and judgment, as the auxiliary process, communication style, the part of the personality that is shown to the outside world, extroverted, and then the part we typically don't see, introverted. Hierarchy of processes, the order in which each process is accessed or used. Stress reactions, overuse of dominant process, or when under extreme stress, being in the, in quote, grip of the inferior process. Likely pathway of type development over the lifespan. The knowledge is revealed through the 4-letter MBTI type code itself. Great news, everybody. Show us in order which type accesses and typically develops their mental processes. Those 4. Here's an overview of type dynamics deciphered by the 4-letter type. We got the dominant process, auxiliary process, which, in case you're wondering, I don't call them dominant process or auxiliary process. I say lead and active. That's how I have perceived these functions being used in types over the years. So it was just easier for me. Anyway. Oh, now we're getting to the actual types here. Yeah, let's see. Tertiary process, usually less developed and conscious, opposite the second process. I would agree with that. Inferior process or 4th process receives the least amount of energy, is less conscious and developed, opposite the first process. And then when it comes to that inferior process, I don't call it inferior, I call it the disdained process or disdained function. Let's see here. Moving on. MBTI type, which, by the way, if you, I have the address in the description, but Myers-Briggs.org. If you would like to learn about MBTI, don't listen to me. Don't bother listening to other people. If you want to learn about MBTI and come to a personal understanding, read the website. Myers-Briggs.org. Let's see, process pairs descriptions. Let's read sensing plus thinking. So ST, the bottom line. People who prefer ST are in fact oriented and logical. Makes sense. When working with others, they want to cut to the chase and get to the bottom line. They tend to approach both life and work in an objective, analytical manner and like to focus on realities and practical applications. As natural rule makers, they get annoyed if rules are broken. These types are practical, straightforward, and want to get it right. Yes, that makes sense. Except for the, I don't know if ESTP, if they're, I'm not familiar with ESTPs really caring that much if rules are broken. Maybe if their personal rules are broken, they might have a problem with it. But did they update any descriptions so far? Well, I'll be honest with you. I never read the MBTI website even before they did the update. The only thing that I cared to look for was the 8 cognitive function descriptions, and then I rolled with that. Like, okay, this is what they say the functions are. Let's go find them in real life, see how it works. So this is the first time I'm actually going through and reading the entirety of the website, and it'll be interesting to see what I've said about MBTI and whether or not any of it lines up with the website. Uh, when learning, doing hands-on activities is helpful, along with step-by-step directions with logical explanations. Unclear instructions can be stressful, that I've seen. With decision making, they may not consider possibilities, new innovative ideas, or the impact of the decisions on others, most certainly. They are often found in careers that require technical approach to objects, facts, people. Those with ST preferences are often found in business, management, banking, applied sciences, construction, production, police, and the military. Now, in particular, when it came to an ST type, so being, if you live in Central California, you do end up uh, uh, talking with police pretty frequently because, well, it's Central California, the crime rate's kind of up there. So I've had numerous times to interact with the police, and it would that would follow suit. That there's a number of ST types. Matter of fact, one of my friends from California, he now works for the police, and I typed him as an ESTP, and now he works there. And then of course, when it came to the, your most like beat officers, etc., a lot of them were some kind of STJ, whether ESTJ, ISTJ, whichever one. So normal stuff that's congruent with my understanding of people so far. And then, of course, I mean, military is kind of on the nose, understandably. The military is all about rules and following procedures, codes, whatever. So you're most likely going to find a lot of STJs in the military. Well, more specifically, career military. Career military, not just, the kid that turns 18 and then he jumps into the military for a few years and then leaves. I mean, career military. So let's see. Sensing plus feeling. Customer service. This will be fun. People who prefer SF are fact-oriented and like to support others in practical ways. That makes sense. uh, I know that a lot of people get this impression that if you have F somewhere in your in quote type code, that you're not someone that deals in the practical or the logical at any point in time in your life. No, that's not what it means. Which I've said numerous times. They tend to approach both life and work in a warm, friendly, people-oriented manner and like to focus on realities in the here and now. These types are sympathetic, friendly, and need to provide service to people. Too many people needing help at one time can be stressful, obviously. Even when I worked in electronics at the Walmart, I loved talking to people. It was that was all I did. Of course, it would bother some of the higher ups. They're like, "You're spending too much time talking to customers, not stocking things." But at the same time, they were pulling in more money. I was selling more product and also keeping loss down. Loss being when people just kind of stroll in and steal stuff. So me constantly bothering people, talking with them, striking up conversation. I convinced them to buy things. In some cases, things they didn't need. But overall, I thought it was positive for the department. But there was a time like around that was the whole point of the what I was saying was in during like Black Friday or around the Christmas season, you can sometimes get overwhelmed. I'd walk into work at 1 in the afternoon and I would see 30, 40 people just kind of standing around waiting for someone to get their items off a layaway or what have you. And yeah, that can absolutely be stressful, trying to figure out what's the fastest way to get these people out of here. Let's see. Step by step, yes. When learning, they like doing hands-on activities with others, having step-by-step instructions, along with friendly interactions and positive feedback. With decision making, they may not consider possibility. They may not consider possibilities. Not saying that they're never going to consider, just they may not consider possibilities, new innovative ideas, or objectively analyze the decisions. Means that they don't necessarily choose to do that. Usually, they go with something else. But of course, like every other human being on the planet, they can use other functions. So let's see. Thank goodness. Intuition plus feeling, possibilities for people. People who prefer NF use insights to help others to be their best. They tend to approach both life and work in a warm, enthusiastic manner, are insightful and encouraging, and like to focus on ideas and possibilities, particularly possibilities for people. These types are so that would be your ENFPs and INFPs, ENFJs and INFJs. Using they have, of course, they have different preferences and function, but they can end up coming to the same results. Let's see. These types are enthusiastic, insightful, and need to empower. Being asked to be someone they are not, inauthentic, can be stressful. Thank you, Ven. I think this is. When learning, they need to use their imagination, create with others, have freedom to do it their own way in an environment filled with warmth and enthusiasm. That makes a great deal of sense for INFJs and ENFJs. That is, they really need to have the freedom to do things the way that they want. Whereas with ENFPs and INFPs, they would of course absolutely prefer to flex this imagination. With decision making, they may miss details, lack. Now that could be considered insulting to some, and that apparently these NFs lack common sense, disregard experience, or neglect critically analyzing decisions. Yes, that can be something that they have issue with. Maybe it's absolutely possible. It's not guaranteed or anything. It's just that they may do those things, especially when it comes to disregarding experience. So INFJs and ENFJs, they're so busy looking forward, they don't have time to look back, and they kind of believe that how they're looking at things right now is going to be better than what someone in the field has been doing for the past 30 years. And although it's not likely, but it's very possible that someone that's been in the field for decades may not have the best idea in mind to do things moving forward. But it would be silly to not take into consideration what they're saying, see if you can get a new perspective from it. And I have noticed that when it comes to that introverted intuition in particular, they they really don't care what other people's plans are. They care about their plans, their goals, their ideas, specifically the ideas, and they would rather roll with that. And it's not. I mean, it sounds negative, but yeah, you got to get innovation somehow. What if this INFJ's plans are in fact the best? Could have been the case. Who knows? Let's see. They are often found in careers that require communication skills, a focus on the abstract, and an understanding of others. Those with NF preference are often found in the arts, the clergy, counseling, psychology, writing, education, teaching, research, and healthcare. I think a great deal of that was describing ENFPs and INFPs. Great deal of that was describing that. Let's see. Intuition plus thinking. So these are the NT types, possibilities for systems. People who prefer NT use insights for strategizing and creative problem solving. They tend to approach both life and work in a logical and objective manner and like to make use of their ingenuity to focus on possibilities, particularly possibilities for systems that have a technical or theoretical application. That's because some type of intuitive, whether introverted or extroverted, they're not living here. They're not living in this reality that we're all supposed to be experiencing. Their mind is somewhere else, imagination land, or they're looking into their own future. They're not here though, not as much in the present as some other types. Let's see, taking possibility for systems. These types are logical, ingenious, and need to understand everything. Not knowing the why of something can be stressful, especially if you end up wasting way too much time trying to understand something that has no practical benefit to you. That's that can be stressful. When learning, opportunities to analyze, apply logic, and categorize aid in their understanding of new theories, and then they welcome intellectual challenge. With decision making, they may miss details, lack common sense, disregard experience, or neglect the impact of decisions on others. When I was much younger, that was a little bit more of the case, unfortunately. But you get a little bit older, you start flexing some other functions, get a little more practice in. Not so bad. They are often found in careers that require an impersonal and analytical approach to ideas, information, and people. Those with NT preferences are often found in the sciences, law, computers, the arts, engineering, management, and technical work, which makes sense, especially with the ENTJ and management. All right. And that was it. That was type dynamics processes. And so we're learning stuff today. Anyone have any questions about what I read? And I'll wait for the whole 30, 60 seconds that it takes. Ven, do you have any questions? Of course you don't have no questions. She's just here to observe. Let's see. I just need to... I know you're in pain. It'll be okay. I just need to walk away from the machine for a hot moment. I'll be right back. Let's see. No, I wasn't going to go poop. Ven's a sweetheart. So, hello, S. Gross. That's a fun name. Everything sounds clear to me. I really have no question. Well, I figured that Myers-Briggs would do their best to explain things simply so that everyone could understand it regardless of reading comprehension. So, what does it mean if a... So I gotta expand this here a little bit so I can read all of it. What does it mean if an NF or NT enjoy the other's noted career interest? It just says that they may. Or that, no, in this case it was, they can usually be found, or those with the ST, like, so it says here, those with the ST preferences are often found in whatever it is. In the case of NTs, it was those with NT preferences are often found in the sciences, law, computers, the arts, engineering, management, technical work. But there's no reason why some other type wouldn't get into a different kind of profession. I mean, obviously, there's more professions than just what's listed here. They're just trying to give a theme for examples. So let's take a look for NF. Preferences are often found in the arts, the clergy, counseling and psychology, writing, education, teaching, research, and healthcare. So, for example, when it comes to research, I knew of an INFJ that worked in a law enforcement agency. For privacy purposes, I won't specifically say which one, but research, that was her job for a long time. Then she became the supervisor of the research in this law enforcement agency. But I don't see why she wouldn't have been able to get into something with computers. Now, I mean, granted, she didn't, but I don't see a reason why you can't just do. I mean, she had a computer, did stuff with computers, but it was more related to her work. She also enjoyed some things involving science, some things that we had conversations about, like, of course, like quantum mechanics. That's one of my favorite ones. Um, so on and so forth. But it doesn't, as far as I know, it doesn't really mean much of anything. It's, I mean, however, there are some professions that would be kind of way out there. For example, an INTP that decides that they want to become a professional football player. That's weird. Now, there's realistically, if they've got the build for it, like they're big enough and they're heavy enough, then they could absolutely do it. The problem is that that is a S type activity, understandably, and so they might get very, very bored very, very quickly. Being in that kind of a position, their mind wants to go other places besides what's going on right now, and they're going to have some issues with it. So, granted, that being said, for any INTPs out there that are in fact, 6'4" and I don't know, 270 pounds, you could become a professional football player for a little while, do it for, 2, 3, 4 years, then quit, have all your millions of dollars, and then go do with what you want afterwards. I'm definitely not deterring anyone who has a chance of making a lot of money to just not do it because you're not going to be interested. Do it, quit, then do something else. That kind of a thing. But no. So yeah, there are some instances in which a certain type uh, could get into a different kind of profession or a different field of work. They're just not going to be very satisfied being there. Could a quantum personality be a thing? The idea that, yeah, of a particular personality that is all personalities at all times until it's measured. That would be something. What if we're all like that? Goodness. Like Ven, Ven today, Ven, what type are you today? She likes to change up her type on a pretty regular basis. Let's see. She's just herself today, but if you were going to pick one of the 16, which one? You can be a quantum personality. You're all personalities at once. Today I'll say that Ven is there you go. See, so today Ven is an INFJ. There you go, Immortal Emperor Master. All right. Let's move on to, that was the type dynamics overview. How about processes? Perfect. The MBTI four-letter type is unique in that it consists of a code that defines not only each letter independently, but also the interactions between those letters, what is known as type dynamics. Type dynamics describes the mental processes in the order of how we naturally access them and their development: dominant, auxiliary, tertiary, and inferior processes. Note, Jung called the processes functions. I also call the processes functions. You can find your type dynamics in the type table below by hovering over your yeah, got it. And that tells us what's going on over there. Okay, great. In reality, these basic type functions are seldom or never uniformly Sorry, let me try that again. In reality, these basic type functions are seldom or never uniformly differentiated and equally at our disposal. As a rule, one or the other function occupies the foreground while the rest remain undifferentiated in the background. Dominant process, the first process, I call it the lead function. Everyone has a mental process that they rely on and feel the most comfortable and competent within its use. We develop one of the four mental processes to a greater degree than any of the other three. The first process is typically the most developed, conscious, gets the most energy, and represents the core of our personality. It is called the dominant or first process. So if you have a lead preference for introverted sensing, then most of your life you will be dealing with introverted sensing. So that's memory. That's the most basic way to put it, is most of your life is focused on memory. I'm sure that was relatively easy to understand as an example. During the first part of your life, you come to rely on your dominant process because it is the one you tend to develop first and feel the most competent when using. You can think of this process as the driver of your personality car or a personality superhero. That's a weird way to put it. What motivates and persuades you, how you manage change, and what careers may interest you all come through your dominant process. And so, as we know, some people are really good at change. So that's extroverted, intuitive, preferenced people. They're pretty cool with change for the most part. Now, granted, I'm okay with change, but if you take away my electricity and my internet and my computer, I'm not going to be happy with that change. As an example, just the same, someone who has a lead preference for introverted sensing, not big on change. They are always being, their introverted sensing is always right there at the forefront of their mind. How were things before? This is what I experienced. This is how life was for me. Causes problems when it comes to change. Unless, of course, their entire life was about change, but even then, I would think that there's a great deal of uncomfortableness because they're unsure of what's going to be happening next if they came from a life of constant change. Let's see. Where were they? They were a superhero. What motivates and persuades you, how you manage change, and what careers may interest you all come through your dominant process. That makes sense. Mental processes develop, which, as a side note for introverted sensing, it really does come from how they grew up. So you take an ISTJ that grows up in the Midwest somewhere. They grow up with barbecues, community, just having some kind of a standard job. Maybe they'll find out what their friends were doing, or perhaps what their parents. That's the big one. Is usually it's what their parents were doing, and then just kind of fall into line on that. Now, however, you take that same ISTJ and then you throw them in some other crime-ridden part of the United States, when the best way to get money was to steal from people, to hustle people, to rob people, rob liquor stores. I mean, anything like that. Or drug dealing or drug running. You can see how one grows up to be more or less a upstanding citizen. They follow the laws. They have a normal job, and everything's just kind of normal. And then contrast that with someone that grows up in some place crime-ridden. They end up picking up those traits from that area and then deciding what their job's going to be just from that. So when it comes to introverted sensing, their upbringing is super important. They preferenced introverted sensing requires programming. And if they don't get that programming, sometimes they're left to their own devices, and then they have to come up with their own way of living life, which, in the case of Jeffrey Dahmer, whom I typed as an ISTJ, didn't go well, as an example. Let's see here. What do we got? What's next? Right, that was a side note. Mental processes develop by being used consciously and purposefully. As the dominant process is used, it becomes strengthened and differentiated from the other processes. We tend to feel competent, comfortable, and are most conscious of it and trust this process the most. Let's see. Immortal Emperor Master says, they said the first function is conscious. If that function is always naturally running in the background, shouldn't it be more unconscious? No, I don't believe that that's what they were getting at. What they mean is that it's being used all the time, but you're not aware that that you're using it. How do I better explain that? It's always running, and so we may not notice that that's how it's running. It's not unconscious. We just don't. We're always trying to consciously use it, where we just haven't categorized it. We haven't given it a name. It's just that's how we live our life. And so, but most certainly, I guess it's more it's voluntary versus involuntary. So with a first function, it's involuntary. You cannot turn this off, whatever it is. We may not notice it because that's how we live our life, but once we've identified it, once we identify what it is, now we can be aware of how we're using it. Yes, pen cap, it's awake, to put it simply. It's absolutely being used all the time. You cannot turn this function off, whatever's in the lead position. Let's see here. Let's see. We read that part already. And trust this process the most, which is unfortunately true. And that's so when I describe how you know that there's a certain function in the lead position, look for the negative impacts that it causes. So, for example, if you have extroverted intuition in the lead position, you trust it constantly. You cannot turn this process off. That means you are inevitably going to make decisions that are not going to be great for you. You're too worried about the possibilities of how one thing might play out, or you're worried that you're going to miss an opportunity over here, and that's going to slow you down. It's going to cause problems when you have it in the lead position. And that's more or less how your life is. If you trust that function, you trust that lead function, it's going to have a negative impact in one way or another. If you are lead extroverted intuition, you are screwing up things. You are missing out on opportunities. You're too concerned with the possibilities that happen. Whereas if you are a lead preference for introverted thinking, then you're trying to enforce your logic so much that it may irritate people. It may cause you to lose some friends here and there. You may be seen as argumentative, especially in the case of ISTPs. If you have a lead preference for introverted intuition, then the negatives being that you don't spend a whole lot of time wondering about what other people are perceiving your plans to be as good or bad. You just kind of go with what you believe is correct, or like what you believe is the best way for success, and your plans, your goals, ambitions, which does not concern itself with the perspectives of others. And so you can end up losing friends, breaking your relationships, so on and so forth. It's that's how you know that you've got a certain function in the lead position. Look at the negatives that it causes. Let's see, extroverted or introverted dominant processes. People who prefer extroversion use in their dominant mental processes in the outer world because... that didn't sound right. People who prefer extroversion use their dominant mental process in the outer world because this is where they are naturally drawn and where they direct and receive energy, interact and engage. We see their dominant mental process in action since it is the one they show the world, the one they extrovert. Yes, that we see their dominant mental process in action since it is the one they show the world, the one they extrovert. It's phrased so differently than how I would have wrote it out. For example, if an individual prefers ENFP, their dominant process is extroverted intuition. We know this because we extrovert the process indicated by the last letter, in this case P, or their perceiving process. For an ENFP, their perceiving process is N, or intuition. That means that they use their intuition preference in their outer world. It is the preference people would see in action. Understandable. So, what am I looking for in the real world when it comes to intuition? What am I expecting to see? So let's see. I've met, of course, I when it comes to the extroverted intuitives, I have met the four, and they all share. They typically share this theme of not dealing with the real world, especially when they're much younger. They they would rather live in a fantasy world. They care about the possibilities of something. They don't care about the end result of something. What they care about is getting what they're interested in. The things that they need to do kind of get thrown by the wayside, and that's of course things like organizing their environment, leaving. I've seen many extroverted intuitives who, of course, leave food around. They have plates stacked up in places. They forget about their clothes. They of course, the folding clothes is not high up on a extroverted intuitive's list of things to do. Their room is typically a mess. And well, why is that? Well, it's because they're not living in the here and the now. And so that's now, granted, that's not to say that other types can't have messy rooms, but I mean, like really messy rooms. And of course, I look around at my own room for that. I don't know what you can see in the background, but that what you see here is actually kind of pleasant, and I'm blocking most of it. But these are and then when they're and the things that they're doing, they're especially for hobbies. Now, granted, we all have to live in this world where we got to make money and we have to follow some rules here and there so that we can keep surviving, etc. But when we're talking about their hobbies and interests and things like that, they are not dealing in the real world, understandably. And that's more or less how they live their whole life. And I always hope that eventually they will get their stuff together. But, you know, not likely to happen. So yes, and of course, if you spend a lot of time around people, you will immediately notice the difference between a extroverted, intuitive preference person and someone who is not, because they're weirdos. So people who prefer introversion use their dominant mental process in their inner world because this is where they are naturally drawn and where they direct and receive their energy. Didn't I just read that? Since their dominant mental process is used in the inner world, we don't see it in action. I don't know how much more clearly that could be stated, but that's going to be very important for later. If someone has a lead preference for an introverted function, that is not often what you're going to see. I mean, if you get to know them, they can express it a little bit more, but if you're just meeting these people on the street, that is not what they're going to want to express to you. They will do something else. So, since their dominant mental process is used in the inner world, we don't see it in action. Rather, we tend to see their auxiliary process, since it is the process they extrovert, show the world. So if you were to, and my good friend Michael, INTP, of 20 years, his lead function is introverted thinking. So when we were in school or we're just having casual conversation, the first thing that he says to me when he gets onto the Discord, or back in the day when it was Skype, or when I just, get into a car with him, the first thing he says, "So, street urchin, I have an idea." That is, when he comes into the Discord, it's the same stuff. "Oh, here's what we're going to be doing. I've got this idea for this thing." It never happens, but that's what he wants to talk about. He's always talking about it. He doesn't care if I'm interested. He doesn't care if other people are interested. He doesn't care if he's disrupting the flow of a conversation. He jumps in. That's how it starts. That's his most comfortable way with when it comes to talking with people, is talking about his ideas and his plans. He does it in a very nice way. He's not rude. He's not mean. He just wants to talk about his ideas. And I have to then explain to him, we were talking about something else, so just calm down, and then we'll talk about it, and then we'll get to your idea after we're done with this initial conversation. But that is how he behaves. And that's how a lot of INTPs behave. They just want to talk to you about their ideas. And granted, not many people want to talk about their ideas, which is what usually leads to that twinge of Asperger's because they miss out on a lot of opportunities in getting to be around their peers because they don't want to just talk about their ideas. Most people are interested in either extroverted sensing or introverted sensing, whereas the INTP is not. So causes problems. Anyway, where were we? For example, if an individual prefers ISTJ, their dominant process is introverted sensing. We know this because we extrovert the process indicated by the last letter in our type, in this case, J, or judging, which is the thinking process. Since ISTJ prefers introversion, the process they extrovert would be their auxiliary, not their dominant or favored process. That means that they use their sensing preference in the inner world. People don't see this preference in action. Rather, they would see their auxiliary process, which is extroverted thinking. So I also have an ISTJ that comes to my Discord on occasion. She's been here more often recently, but most of the time she doesn't have anything to say. But when it comes to, so my INTP friend brings up some random piece of information, perhaps he was reading the news and then something happened, so on and so forth. But when this ISTJ wants to talk, she will also talk about things that she's read, what other people are believing, and then explain to, not explain, but would relay to us what the most accredited understanding of the situation is. And so that's most of the time how she wants to talk. Oh, Cookie Dough's back. Welcome back, Cookie Dough.
Thank you.
And so there's a fair great deal of that happening. But when it comes to her memory, I can ask her about lots of stuff, and she'll be able to recall it with excruciating detail. Times, dates, that, you know, where she was around. Things like that. So, since the dominant process is extroverted for people who prefer extroversion and introverted for people who prefer introversion, misunderstandings, this is good. Since the dominant process is extroverted for people who prefer extroversion and introverted for people who prefer introversion, misunderstandings can occur on both sides. Those with introversion preference may feel misunderstood because we don't see the core of who they are, and those who prefer extroversion may feel misunderstood because we don't see what they too have. We don't see that they too have a rich inner world. We all have a process we extrovert and one we introvert. So once again, we use all the functions every day. We have a balancing act that goes on in the type code. We have a lead, either introverted or extroverted function, and then that's followed up with the opposite. So ENFJ, they lead with extroverted feeling, but their inner world, to balance out their, since their lead is to focus on the world outside, they have this neat little inner world where they then when they're needing to balance out all that extroverted focusing, they introvert with intuition. That probably made sense. Maybe. Possibly. I started to lose it. I'll come back to it. The point is that there's a balancing act going on. If I am leading my life with extroverted intuition, then I need to balance that out with introverted thinking so that I'm not. Now, people have asked me, what would it look like if someone had all extroverted functions and then someone had all introverted functions? I would say that in both cases, they would be in a psychiatric ward because there's no balance there. They are too much of one or the other. So in this case, yes, we have a balancing act going on. When I am surrounded by people that I can't talk weird, wild, abstract stuff to, and they're a little bit on the sensitive side, I default to extroverted feeling. Agree, placate, just be nice and polite, respect their views on things, and then move on. So the extroverted function is easier to see in Yes. So, well, it's one of those functions in the first two. So, uh, yes. So if you're talking to someone that you never seen before, and that's what makes ESTJs, for example, or ESFJs, they're so noticeable in life. They don't even realize that that's what they're doing. It's so natural and normal for them that they exert a great deal of either extroverted thinking or extroverted feeling. It makes them very noticeable. They're oftentimes the most noticeable in a room. Usually, it's either they're being loud, they carry themselves with this air of confidence, uh, that kind of a thing. They exude this confidence and understanding whatever it is. So in the case of an ESFJ, they believe that they've got such a lockdown when it comes to dealing with people. They have no problems talking to anybody about any and actually having a conversation back and forth. With ESTJs, they're so confident in what they have acquired in terms of accredited information that they'll have an answer for everything. And so they're, most. So if you're in a corporate situation, then they're both very confident in how they do things. Um, Venn has found out that ESFPs are very noticeable. We've had some incidents uh, recently, at least in the past couple of months. Ben has Ven can just she can smell an ESFP from a mile away. What about the people who has no inner thoughts representation, like the ones with no inner voice? Would you say that they have a different process in internalization? I wouldn't say that they have a different process. The people that I have come across that don't have this inner monologue, this voice that they like to converse with back and forth, it's I've seen it a lot in uh, certain personality types that I don't know if I'm trying to be nice about it. Uh, but no, there are personalities uh, that do not have this inner voice that they wrestle with or converse with. It's there are types that do that. So typically, I have seen it in ESFPs as one of the typical ones, and I've seen it in ISTJs. I have seen it in that, and it's not that I believe that most people would have some kind of an inner voice, and so it's not that they don't have one or they can't summon one up, on command. It's that they would prefer not to. Usually, they've got other things going on that don't require their inner voice, the things that they preference. So now there has been a couple of instances of me typing people that claim that they have what's known as aphantasia and or mind blind, as one of them referenced it as, in the idea that they can't summon images in their head. They have, I guess, a general idea of, let's say, what an apple is, but it doesn't flash for them in their mind. They don't see it. They don't have that in quote mind's eye to summon an image, a vision of whatever it is that they're trying to describe. And so there is that, but it shouldn't prevent you from having an inner monologue. But that's very strange, at the very least, because I would figure that any person should be able to imagine something that they've at least seen before. But who knows? The human mind is fascinating. Let's see. The 8 dominant processes. When the direction of energy, extroversion or introversion, is applied to each of the 4 mental processes, SNTF, 8 dominant processes are created. Find your dominant processes below and see if it fits you. These 8 descriptions, which of course I have this posted everywhere. If you think of an image of a donut with sprinkles, can you count the amount of sprinkles it has? I probably could, but I would lose track after too many. So I can imagine a donut with 4 sprinkles on it, as an example. But if you say, can you imagine a donut that has 100 sprinkles on it? I could do my best to count, but I'm going to lose track at some point. I have a general idea of what it looks like. The top of it would look like more sprinkle than frosting by a lot. So, I have this general image, but I don't think I would have the memory required to keep doing that. That would suggest a lacking of their introverted function or a misuse or disregard, certainly a disregard. So in the case of let's say in ESFP, um, in ESFP leads with extroverted sensing. And so that's going to be how that manifests is more reacting to external stimuli. Very talkative people, by the way. They react to external stimuli, and then it's followed with introverted feeling. So how they feel about what's going on externally, what they're reacting to, followed with extroverted thinking, the most widely accredited knowledge, and trying to gather from that. And then finally, introverted intuition being in the disdained position, so they don't really care to look towards their own future. So it would seem that for aphantasia, or not having this inner monologue, ESFPs kind of you would think that they would have more of a function, I hate saying stack, but a function tower that facilitates not having an inner monologue. Um, but even then, I would find it very difficult to believe that most people couldn't come up with their own, inner monologue, if asked, if requested. And then here are the 8 cognitive functions, which I have posted all over the place. Stress leads to overuse of the dominant process. When we experience everyday stress, like a flat tire on the way to work or a sick child that needs to be picked up from school, we tend to lean into the area we feel most competent in, our dominant process. If we rely on it too much, it can be overused at the expense of the other processes, causing an imbalance in the psyche. Overuse of the dominant process comes through in an exaggerated way. We become caricatures of our best selves. So a lot of people would tell us that when you're stressed out, you end up using completely different functions when you get stressed out. That has not been my experience with people in general, and this would have been before MBTI. When someone's having an issue with a problem, they tend to double down on whatever they prefer to do. They don't just decide to go off in a completely different direction, unless, of course, it's a extroverted, intuitive person, and they say, consistency was almost kind of working, but screw it, we're done with that. We're going to just go wild and go off in a completely different direction, a different possibility. Other than that, if you have an introverted sensing preference person, and this is how things have worked out, but now they're coming across a problem, they double down on that introverted sensing. They're going to keep doing what they've been doing before. They make it worse when they're stressed out. So we have seen this in people that have had hard times in Discord, and they go hard on their dominant function. Yes, they go very, very, very hard on the dominant function. Very, very. It's this idea that you get gripped by some other non-preferenced function for any significant period of time is, I really don't know where it came from. That's I can count. There was 2 times in my life. I've lived in a lot of places, a lot of different houses, and there was only 2 times in my life where I was, in quote, stressed out. Which, by the way, for me, stressed out doesn't take a whole lot. I am stress averse. I do not want to deal with stress. So 2 times in my life where I was so stressed, I believed that I was trapped in a really bad situation. And out of all the things I thought to do to try and make it better, I tried this thing, I tried that thing, tried losing weight, or I tried switching my alcohol of choice. I would try being around other people. Eventually, it got to the point where I thought, I need to change my environment. And so I took 2 hours out of my life to change up how everything was positioned in a room. Twice in my life. And would you have considered that a grip state? I don't know. Maybe I was gripped by something. Maybe it was I needed to change my room into something I was more familiar with, something that I had been more comfortable with in the past. Could have been an introverted sensing grip. Or it could have been I need to organize this room so that everything's easier for me to get to in a much more practical manner. That would have been a grip of extroverted sensing. It's hard to say what it would have been. Not that I remember. This happened about 10 years ago. The last time it did happen 10 years ago. And so grip into something that I'm not comfortable with, no. And that's certainly not what other people do. Anyway, what does dominant process look like when exaggerated? So this is when you're using it way too much because you're stressed out, you're scared, you're concerned with something, something's really eating at you. So in extroverted sensing, it's overindulgence, hyperactive, overly talkative. So when you're stressed out, you're nervous, you want to keep gabbing the gab if you've got a strong preference for extroverted sensing. And so that's, first, second position. Uh, Introverted sensing, dogmatic, obsess about unimportant data, withdraw, which I always kind of figured. I mean, yeah, if you catch, like, let's say an ISFJ who's in a particularly good mood, they'll humor you with your crazy stupid ideas, maybe for a little bit. But when they're irritated, when nothing's going as it should be, yeah, they'll stop you immediately, say, no, none of that today. I have other things to do. All right, you keep it to yourself. As an example. So for the most part, though, from my perspective, I view most introverted sensing as dogmatic. So there's that. Extroverted intuition, over the top, swamped with options, change for the sake of change. Oh, would that have been why I changed the room up? What do you think, Ben? I would have just changed up my room because I was stressed out and it was over exaggerated, so I just had to change everything. What do you think? Just needed to change for the sake of change. Which, yeah, if you're working at the Walmart for 2 years, you may get the impression that something needs to change because you don't like what's happening now. Which, and then I, of course, eventually left the job. Introverted intuition, unrealistic visions, only accept data that supports their theories, make things overcomplicated. Yeah, yeah, I've definitely seen that. I've known, in terms of personally knowing, I've known one, two INTJs in person talk to, and one INFJ. And when they get stressed out, I don't necessarily know about the unrealistic visions. They may want something or they have a plan for it. I mean, there was the case a few years back, but I would say that their visions aren't unrealistic, like, but perhaps how they're going about getting it could be unrealistic. Uh, Only accept data that supports their theories. That's a big true. And make things overcomplicated. Yes, the overcomplicated, I have seen that in great detail. Overcomplicating things. They need some kind of extroverted sensor in their life to uncomplicate things, because they sure as hell don't listen to me. So Dance Paparazzi says, stress is not always negative. You learn the most when you step out of your comfort zone, out of your bedroom. You can absolutely learn a great deal from getting some new perspectives. That's absolutely one thing that I tell people. Just talk with someone else. See it from someone else's perspective. If I have had arguments with lead introverted intuitives, I would say, and that they don't believe me, they don't trust me, they think that what I'm saying is wrong. I'll say, look, fine, I'm wrong. Go ask someone else. Go ask someone else if they think that your idea is a great idea. Talk to people. because you hate me for whatever reason. I'm too busy telling you the truth about stuff. Fine, you don't like me. Just ask, get a perspective from someone else. See if it's any different. So that definitely happens. Extroverted thinking. So that would be, so you're most likely, of course, to see this in ESTJs, ESFJs, not ESFJs. What am I saying? ESTJs and ENTJs. Detached, cold, overly rational, critique lack of logic in others. So when they get stressed out, they start calling people stupid, or saying their work is not good enough, things like that. And that's when they get frustrated. Now, granted, I haven't come across a whole number, like a large number of ESTJs that I was close enough to in some kind of way to see what happens when they get super upset. Now, I've seen it. I've been there for them. I have a grandfather who's 86, 87 years old, and ESTJ. He normally, I've almost always known him to be generally polite. He follows cultural norms, societal conventions, etc. He doesn't like to swear, things like that. But when he's scared, upset, frustrated, he starts using the word dumb to describe people or the people that he's currently engaging with. Um, so yes, they belittle the logic of others. They come out with insults. It's ad hominem attacks. It's extroverted thinking prefers what is widely accredited information, or what they believe is widely accredited. And so when you get them frustrated, they just start calling everything that's not what they read dumb, which we have talked to some people recently that behave in such a manner. So, introverted thinking, obsessive search for the truth, detached, look only at cons, driven like a machine out of control. I've definitely seen this in the case of ISTPs lately. The world has more or less become clown world. It's upside down, topsy turvy. ISTPs have this general understanding of reality, and to watch things on the regular basis not make a lot of sense, they start going to these extremes when they're stressed out. If they don't have someone special in their life, or they're not in a job that they're satisfied with, things like that, they can start looking for what the truth is for them. And so they find some objective measurements for what is good and what is bad, and they run with it. Oftentimes, when they are like this, they're usually very. Most people would consider them mean, not particularly pleasant conversation. But I've seen that a lot in ISTPs as of late. Driven like a machine out of control. Let's go and read some of the chat here. Let's see. Where Immortal Emperor Master gets stressed out by Harley, I guess. Let's see. I really enjoy being nervous or stressed. It helps me to think. Oh, I do not enjoy being nervous or stressed. My goodness. I avoid it like the plague. It's terrible. My ISFJ mom makes small problems big. Our toilet has flushing problems, but only sometimes, so she's scared to call the repairman, and it's been broken for 6 months. I would recommend that someone call a repairman, or at the very least, you could find some information on YouTube, like how to fix this toilet problem, and see if you can come up with a solution on your own, uh, based on what you find. You could try that as well. Uh, who dat? That's Aaron. Okay. And TTS bot. All right. Anyway, let's see. Overly rational. I've seen that. Yeah. It's I of course personally I enjoy rational, being rational. I prefer congruency of thought. Uh, Not everyone does though, and if you're missing context of the situation, like if you're not having a conversation that needs to be particularly rational, and you've got someone in a bad mood who is a preference introverted thinker, they'll be overly rational and of course miss the context. And That can be a problem. Let's see. I don't know. I get over it extremely quickly. Well, that's good. Stress is not something we're all super great at handling. ESTJ, forget later and act like nothing happened. ESTJs don't often forget things. uh, Now, when their mind starts to go at old age, that's what I'm witnessing with my grandfather currently. I'm helping keep him alive, and his someone, I think it was Bob recently asked me, so what happens, so if you got an introverted sensor and the first second position introverted sensing, and they start getting dementia, I mean, what happens? Do they start developing other functions? Do they start trying to reach for other ways to solve the problems or situations in life? No, no, they don't. They trust their introverted sensing so much that whatever in quote memories pop up in their head, that's the truth, even if it's completely wrong, even if it doesn't make any sense. They they're just, and I use the phrase, no, they're screwed. When an introverted sensor gets dementia, it's over once that starts kicking in. Um, it's not pleasant to watch either, for certain. Let's see. Looks only at the negatives or looks only at the cons. Yeah, they tend to look at the negatives. Now, granted, I have been in that situation as well. It doesn't take much to stress me out because I try to live a very simplistic lifestyle. I not a whole lot of worries, not a whole lot of structure. It's very chaotic. It doesn't. There's virtually no organization. So I'm mostly cool with anything that happens. But if something is stressing me out, and it has to be for a long time too. It's not just, oh, I had a bad day, therefore I'm going to focus on the cons. It's, I've had a bad number of months, years, and then I started noticing that when someone wants to come at me with some kind of thing, whether it's about a new relationship or a new idea, etc., I'll just tell them all the reasons that it's going to go wrong and not try to find the bright side. But it's, that's how it is for most people. When they're not in a good place, they tend to, misery loves company kind of a thing. And so that's, but of course, I catch myself more often now that I'm older. I catch when I'm doing that, and I just shut up, smile, say, yeah, that's an interesting idea, and then move on. Let's see, sounds scary, to be honest. It, being in a negative position usually means people don't want to be around you. And oftentimes I've found that even some of the most introverted people, and I do mean that colloquially, the people that just are antisocial and they spend all this time, inside or away from others, even going so far as to uh, just, try to get at home jobs. Uh, Even they need to talk to other people. It's by far the best way to, they just need someone they can trust to unload crap onto. Like, so ISTPs, they're supposed to, they view themselves as needing to be strong, stoic, a rock, and to be entirely emotionally stable. And when they're in a bad place, they just they tell themselves, nope, I've got to deal with this myself. I don't need help. I shouldn't need help. And if I do need help, then I'm too weak. So I just need to do this on my own. And of course, I'm great at convincing people to share stuff. So even with the ISTPs, I just, get them alone, one on one, and they unload. They know they can trust me. I won't tell anyone about these things. Or if I do share the stories, it's anonymous. I just use it as an example so no one knows who they are. But that's what makes them feel better. That's what makes anyone feel better. Unload these problems. You're not Superman. You're not Superwoman. A little bit of help can go a long way, especially for people that don't rely on it. So if you're not used to getting help from others and then you do get some, it can be very cathartic. And so if you're having a bad time, talk with someone. Uh, Unload a little bit, see how you feel afterwards. How would other functions respond to old age, though? That I so in terms of like, real life, seeing people and having these upfront, it's mostly been of specific personalities. So I can kind of give you an idea of some personalities. I found that ISFPs, as they get older, when life's kicked them around enough times, they start getting wildly more opinionated. So in the beginning, when they're 18, 20, 21 years old, they're typically very timid. They don't want to say a whole lot and just try to be pleasant. Usually it's by not saying anything. And as they get older, though, start getting a lot more opinionated. They start getting a lot more angry about things. When they're dissatisfied with something, they let you know about it. Not, as an example for that, as I said, the introverted sensors, though, they start losing their memory. Well, they've lost the guy at the wheel. Now the guy at the wheel's gone for like lead introverted sensing. So you're just kind of on this roller coaster. You don't know what memories are going to pop up. If you've got the dementia, you're not preferenced with just dealing with the here and now, being responsive. You're not dealing with being in some kind of imaginary world like a extroverted intuitive. You're done. So roughly that ends up being like 50% of the population is they're just done if they get dementia. It's pretty much over. I'm hoping that when I slide into the oldest ENTP I had met was 52, and this would have been about almost 7 years ago. And I haven't, obviously I haven't kept in contact with them. I wish I had, but I would just hope that if you've got a strong preference for extroverted intuition, that if you do happen to get dementia, that you're just kind of living in this fantasy world that you've made up all on your own. Like, I just hope that that's how it goes. I need more old people with dementia to go type, so I can get a better idea of it. I feel like ENTPs are hyper aware of the moment at hand. If I got dementia, I would like make a lot of notes and reminders. Well, ENTPs are not supposed to be hyper aware of the moment at hand. If you are hyper aware of the moment, then you are preferencing it. That's a different function. That's extroverted sensing. It's the here and the now, the concrete things you can see, things are real, tangible, etc. So even when I'm talking to people, I'm somewhere else, and unless the person is either saying something interesting or being interesting in how they present it, I kind of dip out. I need to find it interesting. Otherwise, I tend to. Now, granted, if you're hot, I'll probably listen to you. Most likely. But other than that, and of course, I have been around women that I found very attractive, and even then, the novelty of their attractiveness tends to wear off, and so they keep talking about the regular stuff, what kind of coffee they got, the shoes they bought last week, normal everyday stuff, and that starts to go out the window. So I know, Ven, men. So it's a good blanket insult. I like it. So however, if you are an ENTP and you, let's say, drink coffee or some kind of stimulant, I have noticed that I am much more focused on what's going on right now. Um, a pack of wolves with dementia. Oh boy. Yeah, it'll be, me and some other extroverted intuitives in the old folks' home, and we're not talking to each other because we're in here. So, uh, anyhow, we're not even done reading these things. Uh, Extroverted feeling. Insistent they know what's best for everyone. Intrusive, ignore problems, force superficial harmony. Now, if you've ever heard me talk about ESFJs, they love to get into people's business. Do not give them an excuse to get into your business. Because when they are irritated, when they're I don't know if this is YouTube allowed, but when they're pissed off, they do believe that they know what's best for everyone. They will absolutely get into your. Apparently, I've mostly met ESFJs that were in a bad mood because that's how I've seen them. So now, as for the ignoring problems part, I haven't seen too many of them ignore problems. There are some very specific cases in which someone was going through a divorce, or their father died, or parents died in general, what have you, that they did do their best to ignore certain problems with their life. I have seen that, but for the most part, um, it is insistent that they know what's best and intrusive when they're very, very, very upset. Forcing superficial harmony, that's what ESFJs do a fair amount. However, I'm imagining a scenario in which the ESFJ is really not in a good place and they're trying to bring everyone together, even the people they know don't belong in the group, and they're trying to force that harmony together. Otherwise, typically what an ESFJ does when they have their own clique and they have their own little social group that they're messing with, they want to kick out the people that are not going to mesh well with it. They'd rather just remove the issue than try to force a superficial harmony between people. So maybe in that particular instance, that's what they're referring to. Let's see. Now that I think about it, I lose a lot of things only to find them 5 minutes later, and I lose track of conversations because I focus on answering something I heard 2 minutes ago. Oh, Nico. Well, that's something to ponder on for sure. Let's see. Now, on to the last one. Introverted feeling. Carry the weight of the world on their shoulders. Hypersensitive, maybe pompous, feel sorry for themselves. This is what I think of when I think of INFP males. I don't hate me too much. All right, let me talk about it for a moment. INFP males, most of them are not in a good place. A great number of them are not. It's usually because we live in a society that doesn't value a lot in the way of introverted feeling, especially for men. Men are not allowed to have these feelings. And so when you've got an INFP male who is having a hard time finding someone special, people don't take them seriously, and that kind of behavior goes on for several years, possibly decades, they do tend to get this impression that they're carrying the weight of the world on their shoulders. I knew, of course, one INFP who paid a girl's electric bill, it was $500, and he got nothing out of it. As a matter of fact, she ended up giving him the cold shoulder afterwards. And he believed that it was, and of course he's not in a good place. He believed that he had some kind of obligation to take his hard-earned money and help somebody. Carry the weight of the world on their shoulders, hypersensitive, pompous, feel sorry for themselves. This describes a lot of INFPs who are not in a good place in their life. Can confirm. Thank you, PenCap. This is INFPs have it harder. INFP males, let me clarify that. INFP males, it is my opinion, and I don't like to deal in opinion, but it is my opinion that INFP males have it harder than every other personality type. INFP males, they have it more often than not. It's a much more difficult for life for them. They're just their cognitive function preferences are not in such a way that is conducive to a happier lifestyle. Now, of course, that's not all INFPs. Obviously, some INFPs are, let's say, Johnny Depp, or they grow up and they're a little bit taller. They have a nice looking face, and they get positive female attention. They're gonna work out a little better. I suspect that for example, Frank James. I don't watch a lot of his stuff. I've only seen what he's talked about, in the skits and things like that. But I had gotten the impression that Frank James was an INFP, and he doesn't. As far as I know, he's tall, and I think he's attractive. I think, or at least that's the general feel I get from other people, is that they find him to be attractive, in the face. So is he always going to be in a bad mood? Is he always going to be struggling with life? No, absolutely not. He's he's got it good, in terms of social interactions with females. So let's see. And so yeah, it just this is most certainly something that you will see in INFPs, and of course, it's. I've also seen this kind of behavior in ENFPs when everything's really going bad. So Dance Paparazzi says, my INFP friend hates ENTPs. Hearing you reciprocate. How do you explain that with the functions? I don't. I don't hate INFPs. I have a couple, a few INFP males that are friends, and they still talk to me on occasion. I don't hate them. I would imagine that you're now. Granted, let's speak in the defense of your friend. If you come to me with your problems, you come to me with this is happening in my life and it's making me sad. You know what? I will listen to you. Absolutely. You tell me what the problem is and we'll talk about it. You can vent a little bit and say how it's making you sad. At some point, very soon, we need to start coming up with a solution to fix what your problem is. I want to solve this puzzle. I want to solve your problem. I don't want you to come at me and being sad and unhappy or jealous of someone or irritated about things. Tell me what the problem is, vent a little bit, perfectly fine. We need to start talking about a solution. If you do not want to talk about a solution, if you do not want to hear what my solution is and then move on, I'm going to have a problem because I don't want to keep hearing about it. So in the defense of your friend, I can understand where maybe they wouldn't like ENTPs because they don't want to sit there and listen to the whole feels parade. They want to help you with your solution. That's what I want to do. On the other hand, it's quite possible that your INFP friend doesn't hate ENTPs. It's quite possible that your friend hates ESFPs that type as ENTPs. They hate ESTJs that type as ENTPs. They hate some other types that are more likely to mistype themselves as ENTP. I think that could possibly be more likely. Usually my INFP friends talk to me over text, so I can pick and choose when to respond. So if because understandably, oftentimes an INFP doesn't want to get a solution. They don't want your logic here. What they're looking for is someone to complain to, someone to vent their frustrations to. And that's fine once in a very long while, because especially if it's online, you send me a message over Discord or over Steam, I'm playing a game. I'm doing literally anything else. So you can go ahead and type it out to me, and then I'll respond to you when I can. But so it's really not that bad. Let's see. So it's quite possible that your friend just hates the mistyped people that claim to be ENTP. When I was much younger, and I did know an INFP from when I was like 15, 16. We played EverQuest together. When she would start talking about things, subjective things, and how people feel and whatnot, and then I would catch her in contradictions. She didn't like that, by the way. I was far less tolerant back when I was in my teens. I am much more so now. My INFP friend finds ENTPs insensitive, without moral, and vents to me a lot about them. Well, then your friend should stop talking to ENTPs, especially the young ones. Now, as soon as like I said, when I was much younger, bit of a problem. I did not want to hear those things. Granted, I still don't, typically, unless there's something for me to gain out of it. But I will listen, and I will do my best not to poke too many holes in stories. But yes, like an 18-year-old ENTP, it's totally plausible that they will be insensitive. Absolutely. I had a rather unique situation in which I grew up in a more physically abusive household, and so I needed to develop extroverted feeling to try and avoid that as much as possible, which didn't work a whole lot, but I kept practicing it. So by the time I was 18, I was, I imagine, far more pleasant than the average ENTP who kind of just, grew up in a nice family and they got to do what they want, did whatever, and, loved having arguments with people all the time. See, when I would have an argument with someone, it would end up with me getting physically harmed by an adult. So, uh, which understandably, I was arguing with the adults. So, which of course I would ask myself that when I was more or less perpetually grounded to my room till I was 15 and I was removed from the house. But I would even sit there in bed looking up at the ceiling and saying, "Why did I even say that? You knew what was going to happen as soon as you said this to so and so. You knew that they were going to hurt you, and this is what happened." But I just couldn't help it. My INFP friend stays at home every day, refuses to eat vegetables, and she is getting skinny. She complains a lot about, but refuses to listen to solutions. I like my friend, but she is destroying her life herself. Well, if it's an INFP, then you can expect, this kind of behavior, carry the weight of the world on their shoulders, hypersensitive, pompous, feel sorry for themselves. And that last one, that's usually the one that gets the INFP. It's the feeling sorry for themselves. They ruminate on these negative times in their life due to that preference for introverted sensing. Uh, Feeling sorry for themselves, can't get out of the rut. They just need a W. That's when it comes to INFPs. My best advice is give them a win. Figure out what it is that would count as a win for them, and see if you can facilitate. And if you can't, there's antidepressant medication. I guess you could try that. Um, would an INFP be I assume you mean vindictive. Yeah, it's vindictive here. Okay. Would an INFP be vindictive when they're slighted, or well, male ones? I've given a scenario to one, and their answer kind of frightens me. So everyone has moments in which to be vindictive, and I don't know if INFPs are going to be more so. I've found that to be more in the introverted sensing preference people, to be vindictive because they're plagued with the memories of their personal situation. So if they felt personally slighted or insulted, that sticks in their craw for a fair amount of time. And so they can be more vindictive. Now, it's not to say that an INFP can't, because of course they do have a preference for introverted sensing. But it seems that in most cases they're more likely, instead of being vindictive, they're more likely to accept the fate. They're more likely to accept the being slighted and say, "Oh, it's just me because I'm a worthless pile of crap," and yeah, blah blah blah. I'm just pathetic and weak and all these other things. And so that's kind of more or less where they go. I don't oftentimes find them being vindictive. Like I said, it's more introverted sensing that shows vindictiveness or just general pettiness, a desire to be vengeful, and that sort of stuff. Because it's in their memory. It's how they essentially live their life. The dominant process is just one part of the typological equation, albeit the most important one to everyone. However, if we only counted on the dominant process, our personalities would be one-sided and out of balance. The auxiliary process helps provide this much-needed balance. It does. Why would she not eat vegetables? Well, I don't know how old I don't know how old your friend is, but uh, for most children, vegetables suck. As a matter of fact, I didn't really start enjoying the taste of vegetables until I was maybe in my mid 20s. Uh, so, as a matter of fact, to this day, there are two vegetables that I absolutely will not eat: peas and corn. They make me gag, makes me want to vomit. I can't eat those two. So, but I got older, so now I eat cauliflower or carrots, broccoli, peppers. I'm a big fan of peppers. Love jalapenos. Um, she has autism too. Okay, well, I have difficulties typing myself since my self perception changes like every other day. So, very early on in my MBTI understanding, I would tell people that if you're going to take this test, think of yourself in the most negative light that you can, then try to type yourself. That's that's how you can find out more accurately, to the best of your ability anyway. The more accurately, the more you hate yourself, the more likely you are to give an accurate typing. So, and of course this is impossible for most people, but if you could somehow get your aggregate behavior over the course of your life, which typically means that you need a preference for introverted sensing, which also means that you're probably not interested in MBTI to begin with. But if you could do this, get to get your aggregate personality over the course of however many years you've been alive, and then try to type yourself. Um, and typing yourself is obviously very difficult. 90% of the people that I've talked to about MBTI have mistyped themselves. And which, by the way, if we could segue real quick into this side note, uh, what's a okay. I found that looking for the extremes of functions is of course the best way that you can find what's in the lead position. You have to find these extremes before you have proper perspective to type other people with. But they have they of course had their frequency charts in that how frequent are certain personality types. Now, this is the issue that I usually end up having with the people that type themselves, or some other typologists who like to type people in these weird, wacky types. The thing is, if I were to take their understanding of MBTI or some other system and try to apply that to my everyday life, the type frequency tables that Myers-Briggs gives us are, of course, way off. Way off. That's wildly different. So I've known some typologists who would take, let's say, a more common personality, let's say ISTJ, or let's go with ISFP. And they'll see this ISFP and then decide to call them something else. Let's say ENFJ or INFJ. Okay, so as a matter of this happened recently. It was an ISFP who believed themselves to be an INFJ. And if that's the case, and this person who behaves in this manner that I would normally associate with ISFP is actually supposed to be an INFJ, well, then I have spent a large number of hours, days, weeks, months, years with a whole bunch of INFJs. So I would have to say, instead of saying, yeah, I've probably met something like, 400 ISFPs over the course of 36 years, I now have to say I've actually met 400 INFJs over the course of 36 years. That's not right. We know that's not right. That sounds ridiculous. We know that INFJs are supposed to be the rarest personality, and so if we keep typing a great many people as INFJ, then we need to change the frequency charts here. And so that's usually where I come across issues when typing other people, or not typing other people, but other people that do typings and do typologies. It's that's the issue. So like, I know of one typologist who just for some reason types virtually everyone that they like as some kind of an intuitive, and then everyone that they don't like, which is very few apparently, that they get typed as some kind of sensing. And so according to this person's model, 70% or more of the population is some kind of an intuitive type, if you were to apply their understanding of their system, which of course is ridiculous. You can't have you need to have introverted sensing as a strong preference for your population to keep it running. The consistency is very important. Anyhow, also channel your extroverted feeling as she is a FI hero. You could try doing that too. What's your typing of Vosh? The name sounds so familiar. Is Vosh like a kind of heavy set guy that talks about like entertainment stuff? I might be I might be thinking of someone else, but that's what comes to mind. It's kind of a heavier set guy. He's got the beard going on. He enjoys a lot of nerdy stuff like collectibles in the back, video games or action figures, etc. I don't know. I barely remember. Assuming I'm remembering the right person, I barely know who that is. So I don't know. I think Urchin's advice to help her succeed at something is useful too. Yep, give someone a win. That's he's a political commentator. Then let me go to YouTube here and find out. Vosh. Okay. Yeah, I haven't watched any of Vosh's stuff, so I don't know what type he is. What type do you think he is? Argues with far right people on stream. Oh, okay. Well, don't know. What's the old saying? If you're young and Republican, you have no heart. If you are old and Democrat, then you have no brain or something, or is it liberal? Or is it maybe it was conservative and liberal. If you're young and conservative, you have no heart. If you are old and liberal, you have no brain. Uh, so maybe I don't know anything about Bosch. Uh, so granted, that's ridiculous. I'd like to think that I have something rattling around in here, and I'm of course very liberal. But I'm liberal. Do whatever you want so long as it doesn't infringe on the rights of other people. Do whatever you want. I do not care. If you want to, I can't things I can't say on YouTube. So if you want to do stuff in your own home and you're not hurting anybody, do it. That's my philosophy on life. I'm super liberal. If you want to sell your organs for cash money, you're potentially saving someone's life, and let's say you get rid of a kidney, you don't need it. You only need the one. Sell a kidney, get maybe 15, 20 grand. I think that should be perfectly fine. Same goes with donating blood. You should get paid for it. Now, apparently they used to pay you back in the day for donating blood, but nowadays, no, not so much. So, um, but I don't know. I don't know what Vosh is. Maybe you can find out for me. Is wanting a clean, organized environment extroverted sensing or extroverted thinking, or both for different reasons? There's a lot of reasons why someone might want to keep an organized space. Now, I had recently talked to someone who believed that their version of organized was actually considered disorganized. And so it's really a matter of opinion, unfortunately, or so it's more subjective as to determine what's organized and what isn't organized. So my room, for example, is the definition of disorganized, chaotic, a mess. It's bad. Like it's not good at all for a lot of different reasons. This is disorganized. This is an extreme understanding of what disorganized looks like. Nothing is even remotely in a place where a reasonable human being would consider it should be, uh, kind of a thing. Now, see, all you're seeing, thank goodness, is just this bed, right? So, got a bed here. Uh, my jacket's over there. There's, of course, clothes that I have worn, clothes that have been sitting there for a while. None of it gets folded, mind you. I don't fold my clothes. That's I have other things to do, like play more World of Warships. So there's that. There's some trash bags over there in the corner. I don't know if there's anything in it, but so this is more or less what you see, and this is all I would want you to see. The rest of it, the floor here, this is not something that a healthy person would be able to accomplish things in. But there are some people. So if you talk to, let's say, an INTJ, excuse me, bless me. So um, to an INTJ, a disorganized mess is maybe having a few tall cans of, what did my brother drink? It's some kind of, maybe some Trulies. A few cans of Trulies. Maybe there's an unfolded sweater over there, or their version of disorganized and sloppy, or needs to be cleaned up, is way different from what mine is, uh, by a lot. So it's really more subjective. But is wanting a clean, organized environment SE or TE or both? It's for certainly for different reasons. Everyone has their own reasons for why they need to. Usually, it's out of necessity. However, there are some personality types that feel that this isn't good enough and that it looks bad. They don't want other people to see it in that way. There's a lot of reasons why you would clean up a room. It really, necessity is what it comes down to. Now, the ones that are typically more organized than me, well, that's virtually every other personality besides mine is more organized, for sure. So it's really depending on what your level of organization is and what you would count it as. But typically the most organized are, of course, ESTJs, ENTJs, INTJs, INFJs typically, so long as everything's going well. Introverted, intuitive types typically care a great deal about organization, but as do introverted sensors that grew up in also an organized environment. They tend to do that. And then there's, of course, extroverted sensors who just believe that they need to pick things up simply so that their life is a little bit more practical, a little bit more easy to manage. Um, and then, of course, there are, for example, ESFPs. I have known ESFPs, however, to be sometimes slovenly. I've known ISFPs to be slovenly. And then, of course, uh, it would seem that the preferenced perceiver types are more likely to be disorganized, whereas the preference to, in quote, judging types tend to be more organized. Certainly more organized than the average person. Let's see here. Um, let's see. My room is very disorganized right now. There is like stuff all over my desk. I could just organize it, but I can live with it. Yeah, it's for me, I've got bottles of water, empty bottles of vape juice. There's a roll of toilet paper here, NyQuil, my Leatherman, a pair of scissors for some reason. Don't even know what I was using that for. Some random screwdriver tools, a bottle of ibuprofen, a flashlight. Love this flashlight, by the way. I used it to work on my car. I thought it was the coolest thing ever because of just how ridiculously bright it was for three AAA batteries. Let's see. A Hershey's small, like snack-sized Hershey's bar, roll of tape, fiber gummies. My notebook here that has story-related stuff for a book that I was wanting to write. Still, I guess, kind of, sort of trying to write it. My wallet, a hex key tool, my battery charger for my vape, a electric shaver, cell phone, bottle of mouthwash, a toothbrush. That's on my desk. And then, of course, various levels of trash, whether it's receipts, bottle caps, other empty bottles, etc. Tissues. There's also a rag on my desk. I think I spilled some vape juice the other day. Needed a rag. Anyways, now it's behind my monitor, so I don't have to look at it anymore. Uh, and then, of course, I have food that was brought to me um, 2 hours ago, and I haven't really touched it. So, oh, and assorted hot sauce packets from Taco Bell and Del Taco, just sitting on the desk. Oh, and also a cookie that shouldn't be here. And a fork. There's a fork back there. This is this is what I'm talking about when it comes to disorganization. All right. It's bad. It's real bad. And so a lot of people think that because they've got a few folders kind of just lying there, they've got maybe a small pile of clothes someplace, or yeah, they forgot to take the trash out of the room, so it's a little bit piled up. They think that that's disorganized. They think that's slovenly. You haven't seen disorganized until you've seen my room. You have not seen it. So um, it's bad. And that's what it means to really be ignoring, for example, your surroundings. I have no one pressures me to clean it. No one is telling me that I should be doing it. It doesn't bother me as much as it probably should. I mean, I would prefer the whole room be clean and taken care of, but that requires time, work, effort, and I have other things to do. So if I don't have to mess with it, I will do my best to ignore it, and that includes my living space. So um, that's what I mean by disorganized. It's a true it's a pure chaotic form of disorganization. Everything is anywhere, and it has no real place. I let my room get very disorganized over weeks and then wait for one motivation boost at like 2 a.m. to clean it. Sometimes that has worked when I was younger. Uh, then, of course, is she's probably nearly as messy as I am. She's probably close, but not quite my level. You know, you get on my level then for disorganization. Uh, do you not tidy when you have guest over? Uh, a fun fact about me and having guests: I don't invite people over. I go to their place because inviting them over would require me to pick things up. So uh, I don't do that. I through all my younger years when I was dating, as my grandmother called it, tomcatting around, I did not bring them back to my place. I went to their place. That's where I wanted to go. And they would say things like, "Oh, mine, I'm sorry, it's such a mess. I'm looking at mostly a nice vacuumed floor, and there's like a pile of unfolded clothes on the couch, and maybe the dishes. There's like a couple of dishes sticking out of the sink." And they're like, "I'm sorry, it's such a mess. I know it's terrible." And I'm like, "You haven't seen a mess until you've been to my place. This is. I'm always cool with it because their messes are never nearly as bad as mine." So point is, no, I don't tidy up because I don't bring people over. I go to their place. I would rather go there. Let's see. I always have scissors on my desk to cut cones or packages. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, scissors are a great tool. Van doesn't like unnecessary interaction. How can you pull hose with such a mess? And as I said, I do not bring them here. Do not bring them here. I will go to, let's go to your place, or we'll go out, we'll go do something fun. Do not come back to my place. Do not do that. Um, let's see. My INTP brother legit transformed his apartment into a bozo looking landfill. That is something that does happen. And even ESFPs that I have known to be slovenly, there was an ESFP I know that named Gary, and even he would have some dishes piled up in some places, and of course his clothes may not be put away or whatever, but he eventually would get around to it. Eventually, it might take him a few days because of course he was addicted to whatever games he was playing on his computer, but he would even eventually get around to it. Eventually, because he'll be too bothered by not being able to move through his own room, and even he would pick it up eventually, or he'd have someone else pick it up. I mean, somebody. He lived with his mom. So, um, let's see. I learned to shower consistently. I just tell myself, like, bet you can't shower quicker than 15 minutes. I accept the challenge. My showers take less than 5 minutes, typically. I just don't. Now, if I actually am living in a place that can sustain hot water for 30 minutes, I'll actually just lay in the tub with the shower hitting me. uh, just lay there, just drift off into my own imagination, and just, yeah, lay there for however long until the hot water's gone. So yeah, it's just these physical, monotonous, tedious, everyday things a lot of extroverted intuitives will not put the effort into. Now, some of them, like INTPs and INFPs, sometimes they get born into a family where they're all about a more strict, cleanly environment, in which case they start picking up those habits. It becomes more a force of habit for them. But in most cases, that's not how it is. Most extroverted intuitive preference people are really bad in that regard. So really, really bad. Brushing your teeth is important. Absolutely, Ven. Remember, kids, brush your teeth, floss, especially flossing. Do all that stuff. My INTP friend is like that too, but we can talk for hours. I love INTPs. That's good. Ven likes INTPs as far as I know. Let's see. I always got my friends to help me clean my room. Too lazy to do it myself. Well, that's good. If you can convince other people to do your work for you, that's always a plus. Let's see. But seeing each other's place is a step showing trust and intimacy, letting your partner in your world. Don't you want to make them comfortable? Absolutely. That's why I don't have many relationships, not committed ones. And if I do get into a committed relationship with someone, they kind of need to know who I am and somehow make it work. There has some kind of division of labor there. Yeah, as Ben said, they need to get comfortable with us not being strict or tidy and things. Otherwise, there's going to be a problem. I've been in a relationship with an ISTJ, for example, and she was Hmong, so she came from a more strict household, and she did not care for the way that I lived my life at all. So um, it's yeah, it's a thing. Uh, so that being said, if we're talking about tidiness, obviously it's contextual, but extroverted intuitives, 9 times out of 10, a strong preference to extroverted intuition, their room is a mess, and that's not even including what's going on in their life. Unsure of what they want to do, so they maybe not stick to anything for too long. They end up quitting their jobs, moving on to something completely different. Kind of awful existence in today's society. However, the ones that have maybe not as strong of a preference, so ESFJs and ESTJs, they typically still have their life together while still, as they get older, start wanting to explore other possibilities, specifically the ones that are beneficial to them in some way. Let's see. That's a very NP of both of you. That's just how it is. That's life. And thank goodness that most people are not that. Otherwise, society would just kind of collapse. It's sometimes hard to keep all my friendships going without being stressed, so they know I come to them and it just works. Well, that's good. Let's see. Who wants to read a little bit more on the auxiliary process? Second process. If individuals used their dominant process all the time, they would have one-sided personality, always taking in information and never making decisions, or always rushing to decisions and not stopping to take in information. Therefore, there is a second balancing process called the auxiliary process. The auxiliary can be thought of as the front seat passenger in your personality car, where the driver is the dominant process. The driver is in control of the car, and the passenger is there to support them. This is one of the first analogies that I had heard about MBTI. Where the dominant process is the superhero of our personality. Think of the auxiliary process as the sidekick. For example, Batman would represent our dominant process and Robin our auxiliary process. Excuse me. Ugh. The auxiliary process tends to develop after the dominant process during adolescence and early adulthood. Individuals tend to develop competence in and rely on their dominant and auxiliary mental processes. They give less attention to the opposite processes, the letters that do not appear in their type code. It is crucial to understand that the basis for good type development is a well-developed auxiliary process that can support the dominant process. There will never be a perfect balance since the dominant process receives the most energy. The auxiliary process supports the dominant process to alleviate a one-sided personality. So far, so good. That's something I think we all knew. Let's see. How does the auxiliary process balance the dominant process? Balance between perception and judgment. Everyone needs to be able to take in new information, and everyone needs to be able to come to closure or make decisions about that information. The auxiliary process helps ensure you do both. If a person were always gathering information, sensing or intuition, then they would constantly be drawn in by new perceptions, but have difficulty making a decision or coming to a conclusion. They may come across as indecisive. Yeah. The auxiliary process guides the person's focus to decision making. In contrast, if a person were focused only on judgment, thinking or feeling, they may be sure of their decisions but would be unable to take in needed new information to modify their behavior as conditions change. They may come across as too decisive. The auxiliary process guides the person's focus to taking in information. For example, someone with intuition as their dominant process will have a thinking or feeling preference as their auxiliary process. In this case, intuition would develop first, followed by thinking or feeling. They would give most weight to their perceptions, but would use thinking or feeling to reason and make decisions about the information they took in. Have a good night, Dance, paparazzi. It's late for you. You must be on the other side of the world. Let's see. Balance between extroverting and introverting. The auxiliary process helps you balance extroversion and introversion. Everyone needs to be able to pay attention to the outer world and move into action. And everyone needs to be able to pause for reflection and pay attention to their inner world. The auxiliary process helps in this balancing act. For this reason, calling someone an extrovert or introvert doesn't really apply in typology because we do both, and type dynamics shows us how we do both. So when you come across someone who is taking the word introversion or extroversion as the colloquial definition of extroversion introversion, you're talking to someone who doesn't understand MBTI, which has been a great deal of my experience over the past 10 years. Most of us humans, we extrovert and we introvert 50-50. You could, well, as I said earlier, you could make an argument that perhaps some people enjoy a little more extroversion to introversion, but for the most part, we do it 50-50. And even if you're always doing something that you're excited about, let's say you can't put this book down and you've got to read it, eventually you get tired and you fall asleep. Same goes with, extroverted people. Eventually they get tired when they're out partying till 4 a.m. They get tired eventually. Momentum slows down. Things get a little bit monotonous and you go to sleep. Let's see. Immortal Emperor Master says, I remember you said once that the dominant function can't be unhealthy. Oh, I wouldn't say that. So if a type is, would it be because of the auxiliary as a bad navigator? No, I think that being too much into anything ends up having some negative consequences, or what other people might consider to be unhealthy. So if you're always wondering about the possibilities of what's going on in your life, what is it that you're actually doing? If you're doing anything at all. Possibilities are cool. Having an imagination is cool. But what's actually getting done? Are you going to school? Are you getting your schoolwork done? Are you going to college? Are you getting into a career that's going to make you some money or give you a stable living environment? Are you doing those things? Because if your lead function's extroverted intuition, it's wondering about all the possibilities in the world around you, things that oftentimes aren't even related to you. So, is that actually helping you? Is that healthy? That's it's up for interpretation, whether or not it's healthy. But I would say that doing too much of any one function is probably unhealthy. You will see the negative impacts therein. No, I would say that mine, now, assuming that I am ENTP, my navigator, so if the first function is I don't do stuff, I just imagine stuff and have a difficult time putting anything into action, then my auxiliary would be introverted thinking, which wants to take its sweet time coming to a damn decision about anything. So if my extroverted intuition is, in quote, unhealthy, I would say that yes, it's because my navigator sucks. And although I rail against extroverted thinking most of the time, I'd rather someone just give me an introverted feeling. Tell me how you feel about something rather than just spout off what someone else wrote or what someone else said. Even then, though, extroverted thinkers apply, they get things put into action. They actually, they do the stuff and they get the information quickly and then move on with their life. So I may rail against extroverted thinking, but in reality, it gets things done. And, that's pretty good comparatively. Do you believe in the INTJ shadow thing with ENTPs, or is it just pseudo? I definitely think it's pseudo. Um, when it comes to the whole shadow functions thing, as the website, it's, I mean, granted, just throw my own personal experience of humans out of the way. The website itself tells us that when we're stressed out or we're in a bad place, we tend to do our first two functions even more. We want to focus on those. We'll double down on it, and that's been my experience with people. Is when they're wrong or they're stressed out and they do stuff that's clearly not working, but it's really irritating them, they tend to do it even harder. So it's as for the whole shadow type thing, I have never seen it manifest itself in a way that was significant, and so I don't put any stock in it. Because you would think, after the thousands of people that I had met just in the last 10 years, specifically doing MBTI, I should have seen some of it. I've talked to I've talked to ex-cons, I've talked to law enforcement, I have talked to super depressed people, I've talked to people that were on antidepressants, I have talked to people that were doing super great in life, um, all kinds of people in varying levels, as suicide survivors even. Um, I have talked to all of these people, and their function preference stayed the same. Or, as I said, in some cases, they doubled down on it. So, realistically, this whole shadow function business, that's not who they are. You may have these in quote shadow functions. We use all the functions every day, but you are still who you are, and you will behave in a manner that's congruent with your aggregate behavior over time. So, if an introverted thinking dominant person were unhealthy, would the extroverted intuitive have a hard time trying to get introverted thinking to go where it wants? Okay, so we're talking about an INTP then. Um, it's certainly going to be less controllable. Definitely, it's almost like turning into it's like being something akin to a wild animal. So your first two functions will kind of run rampant, and then of course your very first function will end up dictating how you're more likely to behave while you're upset. But in the case of an INTP, if we use the car analogy, the introverted thinking is the one driving the car. It has to be driving the car. In the case, and then the passenger, the auxiliary, is extroverted intuition, and so it's trying to point out all of the extroverted intuition from inside the car. So you can try and you can do your best to imagine what that might look like to an INTP that's really upset. I have I I have seen I have seen that, and it's not pleasant because I understand what oftentimes what an INTP is going through, and trying to get them out of that seems difficult. Every time you bring up a suggestion, they tend to want to shoot it down because it's not what they wanted or it's not what they're trying to get after. Uh, it's tough. It's tough for anyone to be in a bad situation. When I'm extremely stressed, I order people around. Says Cookie Dough. Do you order people around? Hmm. I'm usually only angry for like 7 seconds, but I rarely lash out because I try to think logically when angry, and as most people should. But depending on what happens, it is less likely to be a decision. Disregarding shadow functions is kind of throwing shit at the entirety of Jung's cognitive theory. He believed that one must assimilate into the unconscious to embrace the repressed parts. No, and I agree that most of us should take a look at the other aspects of our life and not just lead the exact same life over and over again. That's, of course, monotonous and tedious, and maybe that's just something that I have an issue with. So I'm not saying that it isn't helpful. I'm just saying that who people are and how they manifest in life, it's not really shadow function related. I have not seen someone all of a sudden become this, it's not some Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde situation where they all of a sudden become these shadow functions that people have talked about over the years. No, that doesn't happen. Not that I've seen anyway, except, in the cases of split personality disorder. But even then, that other personality would be missing the experience that to behave in a manner that is consistent with those functions. Usually, when you're dealing with a case like a split personality, it's the same personality, but somehow like nicer or more angry or something. And so, like, you're not gonna find an ISFP who has a split personality disorder and then all of a sudden they change to an ENTJ. Like, that's not how that's going to play out. And they might try to do their best to be this other personality, but without all that experience that comes with living your life with lead extroverted thinking, you're not even going to know what to do. Yeah, I would love to be given a whole bunch of money so that I can do research on split personalities. I would love to see. I want to see what that would look like, for sure. It would be pretty great. Anyways, we are past the 2 hour mark for today's stream. And remember to like and subscribe to the channel. As always, my Discord is available. All you have to do is sign up for it. There's a little bit of a verification process now. It has cut down on some of the spam, which is great. But join my Discord, and then you can just at me anytime that you want, and I can answer some questions that you might not have thought of during the stream. And then I just get confused and almost walk into walls. Well, don't do that. That is typically painful. Let's see. Let's read some more. And as we said, for this reason, calling someone an extrovert or introvert doesn't really apply in typology because we do both, and type dynamics shows us how we do both. So as I said earlier, if you're talking with someone who is using the colloquial definitions for introversion and introversion and extroversion, you're talking to someone that doesn't know anything about MBTI. So keep that in mind. And that is something that I came across a lot over the past 10 years. How the auxiliary and dominant processes work together. ENFJ, one of the 16 personality types, prefers extroversion, intuition, feeling, and judging. Since they prefer extroversion, they use their dominant process in the outside world. Remember that the last letter in the type code, judging preference, tells us what we extrovert. So in this case, they would extrovert feeling, FE, since it is a judging process. Since the dominant and auxiliary processes are the two middle letters of a type code, if the feeling preference is extroverted, then the intuition preference must be introverted. For balance, this type would use introverted intuition in their inner world. Extroverted feeling, dominant, used in the outside world, is the core of the personality and is supported by the introverted intuition. Without using the auxiliary process, individuals who prefer extroversion might never stop to reflect. ISTP being one of the, we know, introversion, sensing, thinking, and perceiving. Since they prefer introversion, they use their dominant process in their inner world. The last letter in their type code is P, therefore they would extrovert sensing since it is a perceiving process. They would use their sensing preferences in the outside world. Duh. Let's see. Some people say, oh, I'm glad that you find it interesting, Nico. It's amazing what you can find on, MBTI, just going to the actual website, myersbriggs.org. Let's see. Some people say I'm super extroverted and friendly. Others say I'm super introverted and shy. Yes. As Ven pointed out, some people perceive her as introverted, others perceive her as extroverted. Now, besides the fact that saying that about someone is inherently a subjective opinion, obviously, which that was redundant, it's subjective. We don't know what they mean by someone being an introvert or an extrovert. And we don't know what their meaning is. But more importantly, what I'd like to get at is that with some people, she believes that she needs to be a little bit more extroverted. And we're talking about the colloquial definition of extroverted. The same with introverted. So with some people, extroverted. But when she's with other people, she doesn't need to be. And then they say that she's more introverted. So it's all incredibly contextual. And so that's how our perceptions of people can absolutely be skewed. So we can't. So for example, there are some people that believe that if you're just talking, then that automatically means that you are some kind of lead extrovert. And so following that line of logic, if you go outside and you see people talking, you would then have to type all of those people as some kind of lead extroverted sensing, or not extroverted sensing, but extroverted preferenced person. They preference one of the 4 extroverted functions, which of course is ridiculous. That logic doesn't make a lot of sense. But a great number of people have ended up believing that over the years. So yeah, if you believe that only extroverted people will talk, then every time you go outside, you're most likely going to type virtually everyone you see as some kind of extroverted personality. And that, once again, skews the frequencies as determined by the Myers-Briggs website. So just remember, that's dumb. So I found a strange link between ENPs and psychedelics. Aren't their brains psychotic enough? What's your opinion on them? I have known a number of ENTPs that have done some of those kinds of things. And of course, I would never do those kinds of things. I would never do that. I would never do anything. I would never take illegal, illicit substances. And I am a moderate drinker at best. But let's say hypothetically there could be an ENTP that is fed up with their reality for a period of time and may decide that they want to experience something else. And psychedelics are psychedelics. It's recreational. So if that's something that you want to do, then you shouldn't do it because it's illegal. That's all I'm going to say about that on stream. Let's see. I was typed INFP like 2 years ago, but I found out that I was an ENTP this year. I knew nothing about MBTI 2 years ago. That's very strange that you could possibly get typed as an INFP as an ENTP. That's very strange. But if you would like to get typed, I do have a Discord and an application section. If you would like to get typed. But in either case, it would be interesting to find out how the person came to that conclusion. Because those are two very different, very, very differently presenting personalities. Let's see. Anyways, where were we? We were at ISTPs. Type dynamics is complex, so don't worry if you are unsure how to figure it out. We've made it easy for you. Refer to the type table at the top of the page. As mentioned, we use all the processes, even those not in our type code. From our example, an individual who prefers ENFJ also has access to the sensing and thinking processes, what we refer to as tertiary and inferior. All right, now it's time to read about the tertiary processes. As you know, we use all the mental processes, even those not in our type code or for letter type. In type dynamics, the third process, non-preferred, is called the tertiary process. This process tends to be less developed and conscious in individuals, and we typically are less competent and comfortable in its use. The letter preference of this process does not appear in your four-letter type. It is opposite to the auxiliary process. If, for example, your auxiliary process is thinking, then your tertiary process will be feeling. Great. In the personality car, where the dominant process is the driver and the auxiliary process, the passenger in the front seat who supports the driver, the tertiary process is represented by a, in quote, teenager in the back seat. They are there, but will likely have earbuds in, listening to music and scrolling social media. When they want attention, don't worry, you will hear from them. The tertiary process is often activated under stress when we least expect it. So, as I've said, I call the third process the advantaged function. We tend to use it when we can gain something from using it, when we see a reason to use it. A good reason, typically. Hopefully a good reason. So it says its process is often activated under stress when we least expect it. I don't know if it was least expected or not, but as I said, I grew up in a kind of a more physically disciplined, is the nicest way to put it, a physically disciplined household where I believed that my life was in danger as a child. So I have maybe a slightly more unique experience in that I needed to develop this function, and so I got really good at developing this function. Yes, pen cap. Thank you for that. So that's more or less what it's describing here. When they want attention, you will hear from it. It's something that pops up eventually. Now, it's been my experience that it doesn't really start kicking off for most people until about 15, 16, roughly in adolescence. That's typically where I see it coming into play. But it can take longer for some. Is the tertiary process under stress, blah, blah, blah. Is the tertiary process introverted or extroverted? There is a debate on this issue in the type community. Some type experts say that the most of the energy goes to the dominant process. So if the dominant is extroverted, then all other processes must be introverted. Others say that for real balance in the psyche, the tertiary process must be opposite the auxiliary process in orientation. For example, if the auxiliary is extroverted, then the tertiary must be introverted. The experts leave it up to you to choose whether your tertiary process is extroverted or introverted. You decide from your own experience. Imagine that. Now, when it comes to the use of shadow functions, this is where I said it got murky over the 10 years, and I'm glad that they pointed this out. When it comes to those shadow functions, I have seen them develop at different rates depending on life circumstance. So apparently you have to decide for yourself, which that's a very lazy way to put it. So it's been my experience that yes, most human beings follow along that pattern. So I mostly know people by their first three functions. That's what they tend to show. And then when you have a more advanced understanding of MBTI, then you start seeing how that last function starts influencing their life. So in the case of let's say an ENTP, they're all about, younger, they're rebellion, do what I want, do my own thing. Everyone's doing this, so I'm going to do something else. Even if it's at your own detriment, still do it just to do it. But for the most part, you'll know an ENTP by the first three functions, extroverted intuition, introverted thinking, and then extroverted feeling. That's how you'll know them. But when it comes to, those shadow functions and how they're being developed, I've seen them develop at different rates. I've even seen, some personalities who have a disdain for functions that are not a disdain, but they seemingly really don't like it or try to avoid it. And those are functions that I've seen in, sixth, seventh position. So shadow functions, their development seems to be different. I also imagine that intelligence quotient plays a bit of a factor there as well. Let's see. How do you separate someone's objective personality from your subjective bias? Ask questions. That's it. Ask questions. So there are some really easy ways to spot certain personality types. So those that have a stronger preference for extroverted sensing, they talk a lot. they talk quite a bit. Usually it's fast. They're trying to get to a point. It's for some in certain cases, like how you're talking to an ESTP, they like talking, but they want to stay on theme. They want to stay on track. Whereas let's say an ESFP, they just want to talk, so it doesn't really matter where the conversation's going. They don't necessarily need a point that they're trying to make. They just really they enjoy the interaction. They enjoy reacting to what's being said, things like that. So extroverted sensing is usually very easy to find in life. Unprompted people you barely know come up to you and there's yak, 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 yak. And they don't care necessarily if you're interested. They just want to talk. So that would be one of the easiest ways to notice extroverted sensing as a strong preference. As for some kind of a bias, I try not to. If I ever catch myself having a bias towards someone, I notice it, I recognize it and say, okay, let's look at this a little bit more objectively. This person gave me some impression a bit ago about being this type, but now we're going to look and see, is that really what I'm seeing here? Can I ask specific questions that might give me more information as to why they do what they do? That sort of thing. So I do my best, as good as any other human being can, to remove a bias from an equation. Let's see here. Where was that question? It was here somewhere. How do you separate? But yes, you just keep asking questions. You're looking for aggregate behavior over time. So that's why when I'm doing the typing, I ask about their past, I ask about their present, I ask about their future. So I ask what they think about certain subject, but at the same time, I ask about what they actually did. Because oftentimes people are a little bit contradictory. They'll say they enjoy one thing, but they spend almost all of their time doing something else. And of course, what we know from reality is that if you're really interested in something, you know what you do? You do it. So if you're really interested, if you're super interested in a certain kinds of science, like let's say astrophysics, you're really, really interested, like it's a passion, and you make that claim, then what I expect to see is you having a bunch of books on it. I expect you to be possibly going to school for it. I expect you to be in a job possibly regarding that field. I want to tell me what you have learned about this, and you should be able to share a great wealth of knowledge on astrophysics because you claim to have such a strong passion for it. I've had a number of people that tell me, oh yeah, I love science and this and that. And then when I ask them about it, I get crickets because they don't know what else to say. They just say, I think it's interesting. Well, it can't be that interesting to you. So what would you prefer to be doing? And then you ask them about what they actually do and they'll say, oh yeah, I hit the gym 5 days a week. I'm very health conscious. I go outside. I talk to a lot of people. I want to, meet new people and talk to them, kinds of things. It's like, okay, well, that's what your interests are. That's why you're doing it, because you're interested in it. You're not as interested in the science because you don't actually do anything regarding the topic. So there's a lot of that as well. Let's see. Especially when you let's see. Everyone is subjective. If you say otherwise, you're delusional. Thank you, Cookie Dough. If people act in ways best fit for the person they're speaking to, would you need to speak to someone in various environments to get the most accurate result? If people act in ways best fit for the person they're speaking to, well, most people don't. Granted, I don't know what the objective measurement is for best, but if they're trying to act in a manner that forces the other person to perceive you as pleasant company, if that's what the best is, then you just kind of roll with the conversation. You listen, you go back and forth, ask follow-up questions, etc. But typically that's reserved for people with a strong preference for extroverted feeling. But yes, people will actively try to hide things. I have typed a number of people that do try to hide things, but it's usually not that big a deal. If you believe that something's a little bit suspect in their answers, then you ask more follow-up questions. See if you can dig any deeper. And if they were telling the truth, then they'll be able to tell you more. If they're lying, they just say something else. Usually the phrase "I don't know." You hear that a lot too. So, extroverted sensing deals with the physicality, the practical. While it's forceful, it does not mean social. It not supposed to mean that it's specifically social. However, when you are reacting to stimuli in your environment, you have a tendency to be social. Now, how social are you, or how good you are at it? Well, that's going to depend on your level of extroverted feeling. But it does say, I don't want to lose my place here, but maybe I can. That didn't work. Let's see. Is it in the processes? Yes. So it says right here, for extroverted sensing, and it specifically shows ESTP and ESFP, acts on concrete data in the here and now, likes to experience the world, active, talkative, and social. Trusts the present, what is tangible and real. Keyword experiencing. So it says it right there. Active, talkative, and social. So I don't know if it means extroverted sensing specifically, or is it just the people that have a strong preference for extroverted sensing? Now, it's been my experience that yes, people that have a strong preference for extroverted sensing, whether it's in the first or the second position, they will talk. Now, in the case of ISFPs and ISTPs, it's very contextual. It's very circumstantial in which how they're going to be talking. But once you get them talking, talk, 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 it tends to not stop. So, like I said, we had someone come to the channel, or not the channel, but someone came to the Discord and was saying that they typed themselves as an INFJ. They were in MBTI for about a year, could not stop talking. Now, if you come across an in quote INFJ and they just keep talking, it's not very extroverted feeling. Extroverted feeling wants to have this back and forth. It wants to make sure that you are interested in the conversation and with them being interested in the conversation. So there's a back and forth there. This person was not interested in the back and forth. It was very obvious that she was a talker. So, and of course, and older. So I think an ISFP in the 40s, and I think it was about 40s. I think she was in her 40s. And as I said before, ISFPs, I have found as they get older, they tend to get a lot more talkative. And so, but she didn't sound like she was super, what's the word? Not trying to dominate the conversation, but she was just talking, trying to be pleasant and polite and respectful, but kept talking. So there is that. All right, back to this. Oops. Anyway, what do we got here? Let's see. How often do you think you've been wrong about something, and have you retyped someone based on that? Before I really got into this whole like having a more or less a this typing kind of service, I would just kind of off the cuff type some people that would come into the Discord or something. That now me being wrong about that hasn't happened often. There were I think probably two cases in which I believed that I had had it wrong. Usually it involved me drinking. And then it just kind of off the cuff, just do some kind of free, typing sort of thing. But outside of that, no. When I do an official typing with someone, I do my best to be focused and to uh, accurately gain context for their responses and what it is that they do. Let's see. Let's see. People have noted that when I talk about my software engineer job, I become a lot more social and will talk actively about it, so it tracks. When you are in a situation in which you need to be social, we will look to our preferences to determine how we're going to do that. Let's scroll up a little bit here. I can never feel sure I am an ENTP, but me and my ISFJ mom are opposites almost. She highly values emotions, but I highly value logic. Well, there's a balance there. I know that I'm not as comfortable or familiar with my own feelings, for example, but I'm certain that there is a important evolutionary reason for why we have feelings. And so it's good to have a balance, but certainly not at the cost of truth. I'm still this kind of stickler for truth, and I will say what I think is true, uh, even if it's going to upset someone. And I try not to do that as much. As I've gotten older, I do my best to just, for most of the time, if I'm trying to explain something to someone, I give them 5 minutes. Now, I spent most of my life trying to simplify, break down into easy, bite-sized bits of information regarding my logic. So if you can't follow it after 5 minutes, I'm done with you. That's it. If after 5 minutes you're still not picking up what I'm putting down and I'm doing my absolute best to simplify it in ways that a 10-year-old could understand it, if you're still not getting it, I don't know what else to do with you. I'm just going to walk away. I'm not going to sit there and say, well, I'm sorry that you don't understand what I'm saying, but you are, in fact, the dumbest person I've ever met. And so I'm going to have to leave you alone. I don't say that. I just say, okay, well, maybe we'll talk about it later. Hopefully not. And then I leave. So, Ven, are you arguing with Weo? No? Okay, great. This isn't MBTI related, but do you think someone would begin to lose a bit of interest in their hobbies if they have no one to talk about it with? Nah, my the introverted intuitives that I've met and have known personally for years, they don't care if other people are interested. They, especially like when INTJs, for example, they like what they like. End of story. That's it. They don't need other people to be interested. They don't care if other people are interested. They like what they're interested in. Now, it's awesome when they do meet someone who's also interested in it, but no, they don't. They don't need it. Um, I'm interested in, let's say, Monster Hunter. No one I know currently plays Monster Hunter with me. As a matter of fact, my family hasn't played Monster Hunter in like a year, but I still play it on occasion. Now it's been a couple weeks since I played it, but uh, still installed, and I still give it a look once in a while. I can kind of sense what other people feel, but I only realize something hurt me when I try to sleep, so sometimes it's very delayed. Ooh. Advice for an ENTP to keep consistent workout routine? Is it even possible? LOL. I'd suppose try to make it fun. Imagine you're training to fight a dragon, blast jazz, fusion. If you can do anything to convince yourself to exercise, uh, then you should try. I think that at the very least, ENTPs should try to exercise once a week. Just take an hour to 2 hours a week to do some kind of physical activity. Because if you've got a computer and you're not getting any other physical exercise, that's obviously not good for you for a number of reasons. And so you probably should do that. You're going to have difficulty. You can try to imagine it, but then you're going to say to yourself, oh, I'm just doing, I'm just imagining this because I need to motivate myself, and this is all silly and I should just do it because I should be doing it. And then you've spent the last, hour and a half trying to figure out why you should be doing the exercise to begin with. Hello, Krish Jenga. When I was 18, that's what I have to say. When I was 18 and older, my exercise came from uh, what would I say? I look to Ven for responses, but she's always busy on her phone. So my physical activity was that involved other people, and so that is how I stayed. I mean, I wasn't getting swole or anything. I wasn't pumping iron or anything, but my physical activity was with other human beings a lot, and that's how I managed. I believe that's how I managed to stay fit looking for a long period of time. So I don't know about workout advice. I of course have gone to gyms. Or I've gone to like little gym buildings that are inside apartment complexes, and the novelty is fine for a moment, but you're going to lose interest because that's physical related things versus imagining stuff, playing a new video game, going on a new adventure, seeing seeing new people and getting to know their perspectives. So that's always going to be more interesting than just hitting the gym. Now, if you can find people that you can go with, that would be great. Find some people you actually like and say, hey, let's all go to the gym and then we can talk while we're exercising. Try that. Now, most of my friends were not interested in exercise or gym, so I didn't really have anyone to go with. And of course, I wouldn't want to pay the exorbitant fees, the prices for going, having gym access, but try that. See if you can convince someone else to come pick you up, or you go to their house and you head over to the gym. Try not to buy fast food on the way there. Um, but yeah, if you could get people to work out with you in the gym or at home, if someone's got a, anyone have a Bowflex anymore? I imagine not. It seems like an old machine. I kept thinking about exercising, and I know I really should have. That's when I realized I had to ask my friend to join me before I do it. Yeah, it helps to bring people along. Advise for ENTP, do it at home so the consistency isn't an issue. Find a high introverted sensing user that will care about pushing you to do it without annoying you. That might work as well. It's not about working out more, but socializing at that point. Yeah, if you can socialize and kind of ignore the fact that you're actually putting in exerting physical energy, then that could absolutely help. All right, let's keep reading. Tertiary process. We read that part in the personality card. It's supposed to be a teenager in the back seat. Development of the tertiary process. Natural development of this process tends to come later in life, around midlife. After you mature and feel comfortable with the dominant and auxiliary processes as you grow and develop, you learn that there is a time and place to use your third and fourth processes. With practice, you can learn to use this process, but it will likely never be as comfortable and easy as your preferred mental processes, obviously. Around midlife, I don't know what they mean by midlife. The question arises in life, is this all there is? The tertiary process can guide you toward areas of your life you have avoided, areas that require skills you do not feel comfortable using. For example, a person with dominant thinking and auxiliary sensing processes, four-letter types, ESTJ, ISTP, will have a tertiary intuition and may begin taking courses just for the sake of learning in later life. Not necessarily for practicality, as they were guided to do when younger and leaning into the dominant and auxiliary processes. So this is kind of why I was bringing up this insurgence almost of some introverted sensing preference people like ESFJs and ESTJs starting to get into typologies, because that's once they hit, they start getting into their 20s, maybe mid 20s. they start wanting to branch out from what they're, because they've already got their life. Like if you're an ESTJ, for example, you've let's say you grew up in a good home, you had good parents, they taught you well, they wanted you to go to school and do these other things, tried to make you sociable, and they sent you off to college, and let's say you graduated and you've got a nice job now. Your life is pretty much figured out at that point. So you know that what you're doing is going to work. Are you happy with it? Are you satisfied with it? So for ESFJs and ESTJs, they may decide to start branching out into some other things. And that's why I started seeing some introverted sensing preference people try to start doing typologies. So this is what it's talking about. So let's see. We've covered that. We understood that. We can consciously access this non-preferred process with type awareness, but it will likely take additional energy and focus to do so. Although the tertiary process can make an appearance when under stress, it is the inferior process that really bursts in. Well, that's fun. Now we're on to the inferior process, but let's read a little bit more here. Waving bye to somebody. Let's see. High extroverted feeling users, it's natural for them to just get in line with the conversation. They want to know about you and they don't make it awkward or weird. Yes, they don't make it awkward or weird. They try to be your friend in conversation. I kept thinking about exercising, and I know that you should, and you should have. 1 second. I just need to take a quick break, and I will be right back. Just a few minutes, probably. Oh, okay. I'm back, don't worry. Didn't take as long as I thought. All right. I like VR sometimes. It makes me good at standing for extended period of time. Yes, I also found that VR can be physically strenuous from time to time. How to make angry an ESTP. They're way too chill. Most ESTPs won't be that invested in people in general. So if someone wants to do their own thing, they're like, okay, cool, you do your stuff and I'll leave and go do mine. So how to irritate them? Be an immutable obstacle. That usually bothers them to a great deal. Let's see. Start saying a bunch of dumb stuff that interrupts their concentration. You could try that. Slapping anyone usually irritates them, so you could try that as well. But I wouldn't recommend it. Physical violence, extroverted intuitive dominant against an extroverted sensing dominant. Do you want me to die? Yeah, I wouldn't do that. Now, I have known both ESTPs and ISTPs to be very okay with physical confrontation. Stipulate the males anyway. I have not seen them just shy away from physical confrontation. They oftentimes seem to view it as a challenge. So you could try that. I would not try to get into a physical confrontation with either an ESTP or an ISTP unless I had a significant advantage. that they didn't know about. But don't expect me to try and get into a fist fight with an ISTP or an ESTP unless I was like way bigger than them, and in which case I'd be like, look, I don't want to do this. You're like 5 feet tall. I'm not gonna have this fight with you. This is stupid. But my height, my weight, ESTP, ISTP, I'm gonna be looking for anything other than trying to bare knuckle box with one of them. That does not seem. No, I can't risk anything happening to this. So figured that'd make Ven laugh. She's gone though. Disappeared. Let's see. Yes, ESTP's primary way of engaging with world is extroverted sensing, and extroverted sensing primarily desires to engage with the world where with their five senses. Then, therefore, it would make sense to cut off their five senses. Yeah, if you were going to fight an ESTP who unfortunately was in a car accident and became a vegetable, you'd probably have a pretty good chance of winning that fight, I would think. Anyways, let's talk about the inferior process. The fourth process, and your four-letter type, tends to be the least developed and conscious in individuals. So they're talking about levels of consciousness when it comes. So I guess essentially what they're saying is how often it's being applied in your life. Therefore, they tend to have difficulty accessing it, and when they do, they may feel incompetent and uncomfortable in its use. This is why I say that the younger INFPs and ISFPs, they tend to actually feel incompetent when trying to talk about certain logical topics, things as long as it's not feelings related, they tend to just kind of clam up, don't say anything. The inferior process is opposite in every way to the dominant process. If the dominant process gets most of the psychological energy and attention, then the inferior process gets the least. For example, if the dominant process is introverted feeling, then the inferior process would be extroverted thinking. In our analogy of the personality car, the inferior process is represented by the baby in the car seat and the back seat. If the baby is sleeping, the driver probably won't notice them there, but much like the unconscious nature of the inferior process. Or much like the unconscious nature of the inferior process. Got it. So I should just be by myself to annoy them. You could. Development of the inferior process. Development of the inferior process tends to come in late midlife. It can be the source of great stress, or it can be the seed for significant personal development, oftentimes both. For example, if intuition is your dominant process, sensing would be your inferior process. You would probably have significantly less interest in and feel less competent and comfortable with the sensing process, noticing and paying attention to details, focusing on the present. Type awareness provides us the opportunity for personal growth and healthier relationships where an individual can begin to work with, understand, and appreciate the sensing process. Absolutely. I oftentimes find myself envious of, for example, ESTPs. They are just able to pay attention to what's going on right in the here and the now, and they don't concern themselves with wild imagination that impedes life. So super envious of that from time to time. Let's see. Apparently it's going to start snowing today. Gosh, I hope not. All right. Under extreme stress, such as illness, fatigue, physical or psychological trauma, and major life transitions, the inferior process may emerge without conscious intention and attempt to overpower, excuse me, overpower the dominant and auxiliary processes. This can lead to a person feeling in the grip of his or her inferior process. So it can lead you feeling like you're in a grip for an inferior process. We are left with baby driving the car, which is obviously not good. The inferior process is everything opposite to the dominant process. It is like Dr. Bruce Banner, dominant process, and the Incredible Hulk, inferior process, or Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, inferior process. And so with my story before about how there were some moments in my life where I was just too stressed out, got the impression that I was needing to change or to do something. So illness, fatigue, physical or psychological trauma. But as I said, I've talked to a great number of people in many situations. And if they do experience and I've said this before in other streams, if you experience this in quote grip, it's for a set period of time. It is obviously not forever. And it doesn't happen just because you broke up with your 6 month partner, or it comes from pretty severe levels of stress. Otherwise, when we have problems, we tend to double down on our initial cognitive functions. Anyways, when this happens in someone's life, that person may say, "I don't know what got into me." Often they were possessed by the devil. It often feels like being out of control outside the conscious ego. The inferior process may show up in childish, immature ways and wreak havoc on our lives. Don't know. I No, as I said, I've not known people to just have these persistent extra personas in which their least preferenced function all of a sudden takes over their life for like days, weeks, or months. It's usually for very short periods of time. But at the same time, maybe I don't have enough experience with it. Maybe I should go to some like places in Africa or something where there's like warlords going to war, and a lot of orphan children, things like that. Might have some changes in things. Oh, good. Van has changed to ESTJ. Good news, everybody. Let's see. Where are we at? The inferior process may manifest under stress when resources of the dominant or auxiliary processes are exhausted, which that's got to be quite the situation. When this happens in someone's life, that person may say, I reread that part. Never mind. Don't remember reading it. What does the inferior process look like when activated? And this is going to be interesting. Extroverted sensing. Obsess over external, small, unimportant details, overindulge in sensual pleasures, like overeating, overdrinking. See environment as hostile and dangerous. Well, most of our environment is hostile and dangerous, so. Introverted sensing, obsess over internal, unrelated facts or details, tunnel vision, uncomfortable with turning inwards, so may withdraw and become depressed. A focus on imagined physical ailments. That one I'm familiar with. A bit hypochondriac from time to time. Extroverted intuition, lose sight of details and facts. Impulsive behaviors, worry over multiple possibilities, too many options. Catastrophize the future. Okay. To envision the future as nothing short of catastrophe. So that would be, for example, your ISTJs and ISFJs. Introverted intuition, wild fantasies and visions of impending disaster. So same as extroverted intuition for the most part. Attribute, or no, not attribute. Attribute, meaning where there is no meaning, come up with extravagant visions of unseen forces of cosmic proportions. So I have seen that a lot in ESFPs that are not having a good time. Let's see here. Extroverted thinking, if you have extroverted thinking in the last position and you're going through a particularly traumatic time in your life. Overly critical and negative towards others. Judge others harshly, quick to take action to try and control/correct their own imagined incompetence, which often backfires, making the problem worse. So that's going to be your ISFPs and INFPs that are in a bad time. Introverted thinking in the last position. Overly critical and negative towards others, depressed and withdrawn, feeling inadequate, all or none judgments, obsessed over seeking absolute truth. That's ESFJ and ENFJ. Extroverted feeling in the last position. Use logic to an extreme in an emotional, obsessive way. Hypersensitive emotional state in relationships, strong emotional reactions, loss of control. So that's going to be your INTPs and ISTPs. And then introverted feeling in the last position, so that's ENTJs and ESTJs. Hypersensitive to emotions, feel emotional but try to control it, afraid of feeling strong emotions and try to hide it. That I've seen a lot of. But of course, that's just in ESTJs. Notice that when we are in the grip of our inferior process, we are pushed into a world where we feel the most uncomfortable, least competent, and have the fewest resources. People who prefer extroversion will feel locked up in their inner world, inner word, and there might be a typo there, and may become withdrawn and depressed. Those who prefer introversion are more likely to act out their inferior process in the outside world, displaying negative characteristics they'd rather others not see. Have a good night, Nico. Yes. Let's see what we got here. Torture probably makes you weaker both mentally and physically, possibly. Uh, Extroverted sensing sounds like hedonism. Yes, this is describing what the inferior process looks like when someone's hyper stressed out, like their world's coming to an end, kind of thing. And that's how that particular function may manifest itself when they're going through that. And so, in the case of someone who has extroverted sensing in the last position, so that's going to be your INFJs and INTJs. They obsess over external, small, unimportant details, overindulge in sensual pleasures, overeating, overdrinking, see environment as hostile and dangerous. So yes, in INFJs and INTJs, when they're particularly super duper stressed out and they're absolutely not in a healthy place in their life, this is absolutely something that you can see. And that's given that I've known an INTJ for the past 34 years. That is something that can happen. So I'd like to think that he, for the most part, had his stuff under control. He still chose to do his plan, do his own thing, get it done in whatever quick a manner that he could. But sometimes he'd have his moments, especially with sometimes maybe a little bit overindulgent in certain physical aspects. No PewDiePie. I've seen PewDiePie on like clips, but he does funny things. I never found it interesting personally. Seemed like an okay guy though. Everyone's typing him as XNTP, but I think he's ISTP. Anything's possible. Bone. That's what I say. I'd have to, of course, get more into that. The problem I have with typing celebrities is that you don't often get to see them in these very candid everyday situations or like sit down interviews where they're being open and honest, because as a celebrity you are still trying to put on a persona. You've got a whole team behind you that's telling you how to act, how's your makeup, whether or not that was a good take for a scene or you need to redo it, things like that. And so it's hard to decipher where all of this is coming from. For example, I had recently watched one of an interview with Mr. Beast. It was like two other guys, some giant warehouse looking thing, and Mr. Beast there. And the things that he said, the way that he was behaving, the things that he claimed that he did, or why not? I gave him ISFP or ESFP, but he didn't fit ESFP exactly. He fit more into the ISFP category. He was just being, I would assume being a little bit more candid. And of course, I have a video on that if you care to watch it. But it seemed like ISFP. Now, granted, some people, of course, say that he's an ENTJ. I do not know where that's coming from. Is it you just watch his like made up videos where he's got a whole team and a crew there? They're telling him what to do, what to say, kind of a thing, and that's the idea that you're getting for ENTJ. But in his sit down interview, there was no ENTJ there whatsoever, especially saying the word like 200 times or more in an interview. No ENTJ there whatsoever, especially the part about making all this money to give it away. That is not something that an introverted intuitive wants to do. An introverted intuitive is going to say, I've got all this money, maybe. So if we're talking about like an INFJ, they'd probably love to give to charity. Same with ENFJs. I've got all this money, so you can have this like bottom 10% of my money. You can have that, just because I'm nice. But from what I understood about Mr. Beast is that he makes a bunch of money and then he gives most of it away. He supposedly bought his crew or his friends or something, bought him a bunch of houses. And of course gives away millions upon millions of dollars every year. And he lives a very unassuming life because it's very important to him. His extreme value is helping people, extremely. And then of course he went through the interview talking about how he felt about things almost the whole time. I don't know where you would get the impression that he wasn't a preferenced introverted feeler. I have no idea where you would get that from. None whatsoever. But that's the problem. A lot of people use like personality database to spread around what personality type some people are. So it's not a great system. Anyways, that's my problem with trying to type celebrities. They're putting on a persona, and you don't know anything about why they're saying what they're saying. You don't know if it's candid. You don't know if they're coming up with it on their own. You don't know if someone's feeding them what it is that they need to be saying. You don't know how many takes it took to get this finished product down. You don't know. You have no idea about it. So all I do know about Mr. Beast is that he gives away a lot of his money. And he believes that that's the best way that he can help people is by giving them a crap load of money. He wants to be a force for good. And might be a hot take, but being a general force for good and not caring about yourself, that's antithetical to introverted intuition. Introverted intuition being me, my plans, my ideas, my goals, what's good for me, and moving forward with it. So it doesn't quite match up. Let's see here. Notice that when we are in the grip of our those, yeah, we read that already. In summary, since the inferior process can often make us uncomfortable, depressed, or even embarrassed, some people think we should try to avoid it. Even if you wanted to, we couldn't, and we wouldn't want to anyway. There are reasons why the inferior process erupts into consciousness. It helps us stop, take a step back, and notice what we might be overlooking. With this new awareness, there is potential for self-growth and personal development. Great. And that was whatever chapter that was. My goodness. Type development is a lifelong process. Young believe that all the processes are largely unconscious and undeveloped in infants. As we grow and develop, different processes develop too. The timing of this development has been subject of considerable study. It is believed that the dominant process generally develops up to age 7, the auxiliary process up to age 20, the tertiary process in the 30s and 30s and 40s, and the inferior fourth process at midlife or later. So I would say I'm fairly close to midlife. I'm around there, so it should be around this time that I should start taking more interest in introverted sensing. That would be the idea. So I would want a little bit more consistency, maybe look around, see what other people around me are doing and how they live, and then maybe try to start emulating that behavior. I haven't quite made it there yet, but we'll see how it goes. Let's see. We've only got 45 minutes left, so that was some fun reading for today. Hopefully we learned a little bit of something out of this. Now, unfortunately, it's not as helpful for me because everything that they wrote out here were already the conclusions that I had come up with doing my own research in life. So not as helpful for me, but maybe for some others. All right, now we're opening up to questions of any kind. Hopefully MBTI related, maybe about some of the stuff that we read. And maybe a bit of a summary. Let's say a bit of a summary. The one thing I wanted to make sure that everyone understood, anyone that's watching, is that in MBTI, they use extroversion and introversion to describe the function behaviors, not whether the person is introverted or extroverted. as a whole. That is not what it's describing. That seems to be a big one. Now, in the defense of most people that kind of just give MBTI a once over and decide, okay, this is something, they take the word introverted with the colloquial definition, and then they use the, like, let's say the term intuition. And so they use these classical definitions for the words, slam them together, and then determine what the cognitive function should be described as, which is their own personal gut instincts, feelings, extrasensory perception, like a sixth sense kind of thing. There's that. Introverted sensing, that was a really funny one. It was in the beginning of MBTI. There were a number of people that told me that introverted sensing was how you physically feel on the inside, and it had nothing to do with memory. That was a good one. Let's see. Extroverted sensing, most people got that impression that yes, it's about the five senses and that. But for the most part, people would just take the colloquial definitions and they have a hard time breaking away from it because that's how they know that word to be, or that's what it's attributed to. But no, just because someone has an E in the front of their four-letter acronym does not mean that they're a hyper extroverted person. Now, in some cases, in like the one case, like let's say ESFPs, they're oftentimes incredibly extroverted human beings, that more often than not. I have now, of course, they'll have their downtime moments, but generally speaking, very talkative, want to go outside, want to go to the clubs, go to parties, meet new people to talk at. And I do say talk at, not have conversation with. That's what they're interested in, generally speaking. But, if you were to take, let's say, an ENFP, they can talk, they can have conversation, maybe a little bit of back and forth. Are they super hyper talkative people? Not the ones that I have met. I have not met an ENFP that's just hyper talkative and they want to talk just to talk. That's not what they do because, well, the extroverted intuition, they're just wondering about the possibilities in the things around them, the abstract, people's perspectives, for example. That's what they're wondering about, which does not require you to necessarily be talking the whole time. Mostly you just be listening, kind of a thing. So hyper extroversion, everyone has their moments of wanting to be very extroverted, and then they have their moments of wanting to be introverted. Most people are about 50-50. So that kind of a thing. And that's absolutely something that you would get if you read the Myers-Briggs description from the website and don't go to some third-party place. Don't even listen to me. Who knows? Who cares what I think? Just go to the Myers-Briggs Foundation. All this information is free. And they, as I said, they just recently updated the website. If you need the cognitive function definitions, type dynamics, the 8 dominant processes are here. You can read the definitions for the 8 cognitive processes, read them, figure them out, try to use them in real life, see how they manifest. Most importantly, what you're looking for is finding that familiar theme in the frequency of cognitive functions as is detailed by the Myers-Briggs Foundation. If you find yourself, you're just starting out an MBTI, you've only known about it for maybe a couple months, you're trying to deep dive into it and learn a little bit more, and you go outside and you end up typing a whole bunch of people as introverted intuitive or extroverted intuitive, you're just walking around the Walmart or the grocery store one day, and you find yourself wanting to type a bunch of people as some kind of intuitive, probably something's a little wrong. It's a little bit amiss here. Why are like 80% of my male crushes IXFPs? Am I stuck in some sort of matrix? Why are like 80% of my male crushes? So INFPs or ISFPs? I don't know. Ven and I were talking the other day about wanting to surround yourself with something that isn't you. That whole opposites attract thing. If you're behaving in one way, maybe it gets a little stagnant, gets a little old, stale. You may decide that you want people around you that think a little differently. Now, I don't typically mind, let's say, INFPs or ENFPs and talking to them for a long time, because assuming they're not just venting to me about how horrible everything is. If they're not doing that, I appreciate the introverted feeling, that it's authentic, at least. I may not agree with it. or it may sound like it didn't have a lot of thought put behind it, but at least they're being honest. They're telling me how they feel about things, and that's not something you usually get from people. Most people, you go outside and they're just doing their best to be fake. They adhere to societal standards. They just want you to perceive them as a very specific way. And so with introverted feeling, you get that authenticity. And so that's got to be a positive somewhere. That reminds me, Bob was talking about why people consider ENFPs as the most introverted extroverts while ESFPs are more extroverted. It's because most people don't know what ENFPs look like. So there's not like a 90% of people that are into MBTI have mistyped themselves. That's very typical, normal. So when someone says that ENFPs are the most introverted of extroverted types, I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. Like what do you mean? Like they're most introverted? Like by how much? Like 1% more introverted than every other extroverted type? Is it a lot more? What do you give me some kind of objective measurement here so that I can either agree or disagree? I have known ENFPs to introvert in the more colloquial sense, that they want to kind of sit around, do their own thing, whatnot. But I see them go to bars. I see them go to work. I see them interact with other human beings. Don't know what you mean by the most introverted of extroverts. I've also heard that same phrase for many other personalities. So I've also heard that INFPs are the most extroverted of introverts. I don't even, I'm not sure what scale of measurement they are using to determine these things, but it's all crap. So take it as such. I would say that in my experience over 36 years, ESFPs tend to want to be more extroverted than a great many other personalities. Great many. The only ones that I've seen might rival that in some very specific cases were ESFJs. ESFPs like to just talk, 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 whereas ESFJs, especially when they're young, they want to get people involved. They want to control people, manipulate them into being a part of the group, being good for the society, or the whatever social circle they're in. But even then, ESFPs will even bother ESFJs with how much they talk. So I don't think that opposites attract thing is actually true. It could be, but not generally. Yeah, I think that that's just a turn of phrase overall. Oh, for sure, especially physically. I often see couples and I'm like, dude, why are you dating your sibling? I was also talking about that, I think not too long ago, in that people tend to find physical traits that they have as attractive. I'm not saying it's going to be something that you find the most attractive, but overall, generally speaking, people that share your physical traits, you'll find on some level attractive. I have noticed that in people. Maybe not the most attractive, but just at least vaguely attractive. And in this world, people do more settling than pursuing, so. All right. We have 30 more minutes. Ask some questions, which, by the way, hello, Brianna. It's been a while. I haven't seen I haven't seen your messages in the streams for a bit. Let's see here. What else is there to talk about? Ven, what should I talk about? She just shrugs at me. Well, yeah, okay. Well, anyhow, any questions whatsoever since we're done reading for the day? What's it say about INFJs? If it says anything or not. Okay. Type in my life. Oh, goodness. And how much does it cost for certification? View the schedule and register now. So if you want to, geez, still? Anyway. So if you want to take a virtual class to become MBTI certified, which seems wholly unnecessary, but if you'd like to have that bit of certification, it only cost you a mere $3,000. And you can do that, which is fantastic. If I ever get famous enough and I'm making enough money to afford such a thing, then I'll make a Venn buy it and send me there. That seems so. Yeah, $3,000, $3,000 to get MBTI certified. Which how good of an investment would that actually be? You think? What if I could just get certified and then type people through their agency or whatever? That'd be something. What do you mean not bad? 3,000 flippin' dollars for MBTI certification. That's insane. Let's see here. However, they've got December 5th to December 8th. It's a 3-day class to get MBTI certified. That's fun. It only takes 3 days. So that could be something. I don't think it's necessary to get MBTI certified. It's free to type people or yourself for that matter. But I know that extroverted thinking, for example, they want certifications. They want that accreditation. They want to know that other people think that you know what you're talking about. That's what they need. They need other people to do those things. And so if you are someone that feels like you need to have a certification to be able to apply this, then there you go, $3,000. Yeah, right after I win the lottery, I'll sign up for that MBTI class. What else we got here? Oop. Any other things? Type in my life. What does it mean? Knowing your personality type can help you with career planning at every stage. That'd be great. Your type preference influences your approach to career planning, which I don't have any. The kind of work environment you may enjoy. What motivates you, the tasks you may find interesting and rewarding, your potential strengths within a career. All perfectly valid reasons. The MBTI assessment is not designed for use in hiring practices or job selection. Your preferences do not determine your abilities, skills, or competencies. Your preferences do, however, provide insight into the kind of tasks and roles you may enjoy within your preferred work environment. So that's good. Research shows that when people work in areas that support their natural strengths and talents, they find the most satisfaction and sense of well-being in the work they do. It makes sense that people are attracted to the careers that allow them to make use of their natural type preferences. Though all 4 letters of your type can affect your kind of career that interests you, the 2 middle letters of your type have a particular importance for your career choice. Type awareness can also promote better communication between colleagues, an understanding of personality differences, and an appreciation for those differences. So know your work self through type. That's something. So, what kind of jobs are around, or what kind of jobs are available where I can just sit around and talk to people? Then, what kind of jobs are those? I think she's telling me to not talk to her. So, I guess what it is, don't bother me, kind of a thing. Okay. Can't wait for you to get your voice back. Let's see. Organizations, personality type, and organizations. My assessment is used by many organizations, large and small, throughout the world. Blah blah blah. Yeah, big in South Korea. Oh, she's currently doing a class right now. So, how organizations benefit from type awareness. Organization can use type knowledge in a variety of ways. They can use type awareness to make the most of their talent, leverage individuals' natural strengths, improve teamwork, manage conflict, develop leadership skills, assist in career development, enhance communication effectiveness, provide executive coaching, manage change, and other more customized needs. Not relationships, though. Do not use MBTI to find your one and only love. Do not do that. That is a mistake. That is not how MBTI works. Not only will people and organizations understand themselves better, but type awareness also helps them to appreciate others and make constructive use of individual differences. That's the real utopia they're describing. Interested in bringing type into your organization? Give us a bunch of money. Let's see what else we got here. Become MBTI certified. Practitioner must be trained in the use and interpretation of the instrument by taking and passing the MBTI certification program. What to expect? The MBTI certification program is designed to equip a practitioner with the essential information and experience needed to begin use in the MBTI assessment competently and ethically. I don't know what ethically is supposed to mean in this case. Upon successful completion of the course, a practitioner will be able to purchase and administer both the MBTI Step 1 and Step 2 instruments. In addition to ensuring the ethical and accurate use of the MBTI assessment, such training also provides the practitioner with methods and knowledge for assisting clients in understanding MBTI results and applying them personally and professionally. Whew. Sign up today. I wonder how did NPs even survive before the internet? So I have talked to some of the older folks that had a preference for those things. In the case of the ENTP, who I met 6 years ago, or around 6 years ago, maybe a little bit more than that, he just went out, had fun, experimented with some things he probably shouldn't have been experimenting with, eventually picked up a bass guitar and learned how to do that. Would, of course, talk to a lot of people. That was his big thing, was talking to people, wanting to get to know people. You know, strangely enough, he ended up getting married very early on at 23. So this would have been about 30 years ago. So in the 90s, roughly. And so the internet wasn't super big and taken off for everybody at the time. And he decided to get married. Now, based on his interactions with other women and the things that he would say, I don't get the impression that he's always been a faithful husband. But he did get married, no kids that he knew of, he said. And so for an ENTP, he would have been doing a lot of that. I would imagine that INFPs would either, might have been more likely to get into things like acting as more of a overall interest because the internet's not around. Acting, possibly focusing on some kind of a career involving people, getting to learn how they feel. So for like psychologist, therapist, etc. ENFPs could have easily turned into doctors or try to do some similar things to that of the ENTP because there wasn't a whole lot of options comparatively to today's times. However, that's the thing about these extroverted, intuitive, preferenced people is that they evolve with the times. Now that's what I've seen, is that they evolve with the time. So even someone that was born before the internet, they love the internet now. The internet's a great, awesome place. You can read all kinds of stories, go on adventures, learn about things that you've always wanted to learn about, see places, obviously pictures, but if you wanted to see a place or how things are, across the world, you could just find out the click of a button. So they get with the times. Now you'll notice that introverted sensors from those same times, they are scared of technology. They would rather have other people do things for them. They're too scared that they're going to screw something up. They're not good with change, and there's a number of introverted sensors that you know of as boomers nowadays that behave in that manner. I mostly just want to do my own thing with my crazy ideas. Society generally does not like us. Well, there's a place for everyone, typically. And I think that when it comes to extroverted intuition, those skill sets, for someone that's got a strong preference for it, those skill sets are very They're a little bit more on the niche side these days. Now, if you were an extroverted intuitive, let's say you were an INTP back in the 40s, they wanted you to be a scientist and they wanted you to get to work on new weapons, things like that. But things are a little bit more streamlined now. And so a job that you would have normally only assigned to, let's say, an ENFP, well, there's all kinds of documents, there's manuals, procedures to follow that now an ESTJ, an ISTJ, ESFJ, ISFJ, they can just read this stuff and then do the exact same thing that the extroverted intuitive had done all those years ago. That's possible. I remember in one of my Patreon videos that I talked about ENFPs could be excellent doctors, that caring for other people, still wanting to solve the puzzles of people. It seems like a great place for them to go. Good bedside manner, typically, except Ven. She can't talk back, so I just like to make fun of her. She says there's too much extroverted thinking required in medicine these days. Doesn't find it as interesting, but that happens. Like I was saying, everything's so streamlined now that you can just take a preference introverted sensor and throw them into the same position and they'll be able to do the work just as well 90% of the time for 90% of the people. And so that's good enough, generally speaking. But ENFPs, I would imagine, have a natural inclination towards medicine, people healing, making people feel good. That's more of a natural interest that they would have. Same with INFPs. However, with ENFPs, they have got that stronger preference for extroverted thinking, and so they're actually able to take what they learn and apply it, do stuff, get things done. I believe you. Ben says most of said her patients really liked her, and she was bored in class, so that makes sense. Good stuff. I ran out of water. This is Ben's fault. Yeah. We were going to have Bob here, but she was doing something. I don't remember. No, I don't think college is a bad idea for an ENTP. I don't think it's a bad idea. It's just you may not have fun. And you're going to want to talk to the people. You're going to want to go to these parties. You're going to see the interactions. Maybe experiment with some stuff. That's absolutely going to be super fun. That's something you absolutely want to do. The problem is that you actually have to work, and so that's a lot of extroverted thinking. And for ENTPs, extroverted thinking is typically not something that they enjoy. It's antithetical to their existence. So it's not that I don't think it's a bad idea overall. It's only a bad idea in that you're not going to have fun. You'll start college and then decide, this is stupid. I'm wasting my time. I'm going to go do something else. So it's that's a tough one. I still think it would be good for you if you could actually buckle down and do the work. That'd be fantastic. But if you can't, then don't waste your time and money. Simply due to the fact that you're not going to want to finish it. Now, if you were to do that, I recommend for all ENTPs around my generation or younger, I would say entertainment. Get into entertainment. Interact with people, fun times, get to maybe meet some new celebrities, think about making a movie, writing a web series, or something. You've got the talent to be funny, you've got the talent to be charming. Do that, and do it quick. Don't wait until you're super old to try and do it, like me. I'm like 36, so don't wait until you're really old. Do it as soon as you can. Start now. You make a crappy video, write a short story, do something. entertainment related. Do that. Maybe, and if you can, get into, maybe making video games, where you can actually have these crazy imaginative adventures come to life virtually. Do that. And so if you were going to go to college, then something entertainment related. That's, maybe get into film or something. It's a thought. Um, it's hard to change our lower introverted sensing habits, though. So if we get stuck in a rut and not doing what society values, we're in trouble. Yeah. And there's not much more to say to that. It's just, yeah, you will get in trouble. You will not be doing what everyone else is doing. They'll notice that. Just make sure that you're pleasant. Make sure everyone likes you, and you can get away with murder. There was just so many things I could do back then without the internet. Now I feel like I have too many options. Too many options. There's no such thing. What about types, say, in the 1800s? I wonder what they did. Well, I'm talking about the old timey people. So let's talk about, how about Benjamin Franklin? What was he? He's just generally considered an inventor. Most people seem to agree that he would fit well into the ENTP personality. What did he do? He played with lightning. So invent things. That's what they would have done, because there was a whole lot of stuff that needed inventing back then. So invent things, experiment. Seemingly, that's most likely what a great many ENTPs did. Also, go to the bars, the taverns back then. I wish I had FE. That'd be so useful. Thankfully for you, PenCap, every person has every function. I've been trying to say that to people for 10 years. Everyone has every function. You've got extroverted feeling. You just need to flex it, practice it a little bit more. Placate more often. Do your best to be more engaged in things that may not interest you, but you get that practice in. And of course, interact with people you don't like, and be nice. Try to sway them to thinking that you're a pleasant conversation. That's the best way to level up your extroverted feeling. So, do that. We're nearing the end of today's stream. Remember to like and subscribe. Join my Discord. You can @ me, @ Street Urchin, and I can answer your questions that you didn't think of on stream. Things have been slow, as per the usual, when it comes to making videos. I have some family members that are very, very old, and they are not well. And so I spend a lot of my time helping them, making sure that they're okay, and doing my best to take care of them while at the same time managing anything else. So things are a little bit slower. I'm thinking about doing some new types of videos where I just kind of compile whatever short-term interest I had at making something, and then just kind of pushing that all together into a single video and then producing that. Yes, someone on my Discord wanted me to type Stephen Colbert. I found an interview, watched his responses. I am putting that into a video as well. Also, I have a bit of a question. Now, I didn't take it too seriously when Khaled brought this up when we were watching some Melissa Talks videos. But he was saying, what if she's an ESTJ? And I was like, no, there's no way. Like, it would require an ESTJ to be brought up in a very specific way, and it would have to be this and that. And thinking about it, though, it's possible that she might be some kind of stronger preference to introverted sensor. It's absolutely possible. It's just, what do you guys think? Because I wanted to just give her INFP, ENFP, one of those two, but it's starting to seem like she kind of behaves similarly to some other ESTJs that I have known that have tried to get into typology. And so, I mean, granted, I would still have to do a one-on-one typing, obviously, but I was I've been thinking about it lately. A female ESTJ. It's quite plausible. Um, a Bundy video when? Yeah, I don't. I'll have to see about finding some fun documentary about Bundy. Would be extroverted thinking, extroverted intuition. That's what they typed Conan, for example, by objective. Which Conan? There's no way. You were talking about like Conan O'Brien? Is that who you're talking about? Um, um, Conan O'Brien, that would be something. Conan O'Brien seems like he cares a little too much about the feelings of people around him. So, if anything, I would maybe say that he was a ENFP rather than something else. But yeah, if you're talking about Conan O'Brien, I haven't watched Conan O'Brien in 10 plus years or something. But uh, he does seem, from what I'm remembering, he does seem that he cares a bit about, of course, being PC. Now, granted, being politically correct doesn't necessarily mean that you have a strong preference for introverted feeling. It could just mean that you really care about your job. And so, uh, obviously, an introverted sensor would really care to make sure they don't say anything that's too offensive to the audience. Um, then says that Conan O'Brien gave her introverted sensing vibes. So anything's possible. That's what I say. Um, just my grandma's an ESTJ. One great thing about her is she loves death metal. But dude, she never changes her mind backing down in an argument. Impossible. Why is everyone's grandparent an ESTJ? Well, I talked to my good friend Michael about an or INTP, and he was telling me that there was some studies done that the lead that was present in the gasoline way back in the day, this would have been before the 60s, caused what we would know of as boomers, or at least the particularly old people, to have a mild form of brain damage from the lead in the gasoline and then huffing in the lead for years. And so it's possible that the lead caused some potential changes in brain chemistry or the way the neurons are formed or something, whatever it is that makes up a personality. Um, so that would explain why a great number of old people seem to have a strong preference for introverted sensing, not wanting things to change, etc. So possibly a mild form of brain damage. Possibly. Now, I'm not saying that ESTJs have brain damage. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that there might have been something that happened causing malformations in parts of the brain. And that led to a number of people having a strong preference for introverted sensing. However, that's been my experience in general. That's with people my age, people younger, people older, much stronger preference for introverted sensing. And of course, Myers-Briggs tells us that nearly 50% of the US population is introverted sensing. In my opinion, not my opinion, but from what I had noticed, the theme in my life is that, yes, a large number of people that I've come across had a preference for introverted sensing, which is thematic, and I'm starting to I don't know if it's necessarily going up. It seems like I come across more introverted feeling and extroverted thinking these days rather than just introverted sensing in general. But further developments, we'll wait for them. Hmm. Anyway, you can tell me what you think. Um, we have very little time left. We have just minutes left. Do you have any last second questions? Feel free to throw them at me. And I will wait for some questions. I'll give you a whole 60 seconds to come up with some questions. And if not, then we will we'll shut the stream down for today. And of course, if you have any questions that you think of later, just join the Discord, at me, and I will answer your questions. And hopefully you decide that you want to read up more on MBTI. And of course, Myers-Briggs.org. It's right there. It even has some, if I remember right, it had some base descriptions of some of the personality types. Here's this. Some base descriptions. Quiet, serious, earn success by being thorough and dependable, practical, matter of fact, realistic, responsible, decide logically what should be done and work toward it steadily, regardless of distractions, take pleasure in making everything orderly and organized, their work, their home, their life, value, traditions. Kind of like a base description. And of course, when it comes to value, traditions, and loyalty, ISTJs as a blanket term, you typically find to be value. Of course, they value traditions and loyalty. ISFPs, quiet, friendly, sensitive, and kind, enjoy the present moment, what's going on around them, like to have their own space and to work within their own time frame, loyal and committed to their values and to people who are important to them, dislike disagreements and conflicts, don't force their opinions or values on others. This is true for a fair amount of time, and then they start getting older. So it seems that once they hit the like mid to late 30s, going into their 40s, they do start to oftentimes force their. Now, granted, if it's an ISFP that's living a fantastic life and everything's going great, they're probably not going to do that. But if they're like every other person here in the United States, they will. They're not having a great time, and they will eventually grow the confidence to just tell you how they feel about things. But for the most part, they don't do that. But they eventually get that way. INFPs are idealistic and loyal to their values, want to live a life that is congruent with their values. Understandable. Curious, quick to see possibilities, can be catalysts for implementing ideas, seeks to understand people and to help them fulfill their potential, adaptable, flexible, and accepting unless a value is threatened. Super cool. What did it say about ENFP here? ENFPs, warmly enthusiastic, imaginative, see life as full of possibilities, make connections between events and information very quickly, and confidently proceed based on the patterns they see. Want a lot of affirmation from others and readily give appreciation and support. Spontaneous and flexible, often rely on their ability to improvise and their verbal fluency. Ven here speaks like 2 languages, or at least 1.5. She kind of speaks English. Not kind of sort of. No, we got nothing. Apparently, she speaks some Mandarin as well. Good for her. ESFJs are warm-hearted, conscientious, and cooperative, want harmony in their environment, work with determination to establish it, like to work with others to complete tasks accurately and on time, loyal, follow through even in small matters, notice what others need in their day-to-day lives and try to provide it, want to be appreciated for who they are and for what they contribute. Pretty basic stuff. I've, of course, talked about this. So there is now, of course, a lot of people seem to think that Mr. Beast is a ENTJ, and of course, this description alone should kind of have you thinking in the other direction. this alone. And there was actually a point in the interview where he said that, okay, guys, I think this video is going to be good enough and that we should just roll with it. Yeah, it's not exactly what we wanted or whatever, but it's fine. It's perfect. And he said his whole team would be like, no, we've got to do this right. And it's got to be perfect. So we're going to redo this. We're going to, try it a different way. And we're going to do it like that. So Mr. Beast has a lot of people telling him what to do. He is not necessarily he's not controlling every aspect of everything that's going on in his productions. He has a team that tell him what to do so that he can get the most out of what he's doing. Kind of a thing. So he's not an ENTJ. just once again, just take these brief overviews of personalities. This might be helpful for some. Let's see. Uh, how do you stay calm as a extroverted, intuitive hero? I don't know what that means. Okay, extroverted intuition in the first or second position. To stay calm, well, I guess the best way to stay calm is to not put yourself in situations that you're not comfortable with. That would be the best way. Let's see how to stay calm. I found that my generally chill, relaxed demeanor comes from years of experiencing a lot of bad things, oftentimes caused by my own hand. And so rolling with the punches, you stay calm that way. Let's see. Never comes with age, lets you stop and take some time to breathe before calling someone stupid since they can't see perspective. Well, when it comes to calling people stupid, I do my best not to drive a personal insult towards someone, unless, of course, they've attempted to personally insult me. Uh, but I also try to not interact with those people. As soon as if you're having a discussion or a debate or dispute in something, as soon as someone attacks you or your character, you the conversation's over because now they're not interested in whether and being proven right or learning something. They're just trying to make sure that you're wrong in the best way that they know how. And that's usually a time to just not have conversation. Because the people that are willing to go to ad hominem for the attacks, they're not someone that's really caring about having a meaningful conversation. So there's that. Anyways, that is the 4-hour mark. If you, as I said, if you have other questions though, guys, I have a Discord. Just at me on there, and I'm generally speaking, I'm available. So there's that. Everybody have a good day. Thank you for showing up for the stream. Thanks for watching. Remember to like and subscribe. And Ven says bye. Probably, at least she would. She's waving. So, anyways.